esifubeni.
Yebo kunjalo because mangibhala istatement bengichaza into eyenzeka ngithi uSenzo ngase ngibone ukuthi udubuleke kuphi.
Yes, it is indeed so. When I was finishing the statement, I was, finishing them with what I witnessed. And at the time that I finished the statement, I had already seen that Senzo had been shot at on the chest.
But the sequence of the statement does not justify what you are saying.
Yabona ke landelana ke lana kwestatement akunazi lokho okanye akuqinisekisi lokho okushoyo manje. Just be narrating to the person, that will be reducing what I'm finishing to them into writing.
So your final answer is that you did not see where the deceased was shot.
Ugcina ngokuthi wena zange ubone la adubuleke khona umufi.
Ngakubona la adubuleke khona.
I did see where he was shot at.
So I'm sorry, I was trying to say to you that you did not see when he was shot at the time when the shot went off. You did not see where he was body. You only see it after he was injured.
Bengizama ukuchaza ukuthi wena ngenkathi edubuleka azange umbone ukuthi udubuleka kuphi. Lokho ke waqaphela emva kokuthi isigameko sesenzake.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so, yes.
Let us go to paragraph 9 of your statement. It is the page before last.
Paragraph 9.
Yes, the last paragraph.
Okay.
The page before the last one. It should be page 3, at the bottom of page 3, the last paragraph. Right? Where it reads as follows, and I quote, the description of the suspect is as follows: slender, tall, dark in complexion, one wearing a brownish leather jacket.
Uyabona kusho ukuthi ke incazelo okanye umfanekiso womunye ke wabasolwa ungalendlela mude uzaqile nje kanti ke umnyama ngombala futhi ke ube egqoke I leather jacket wearing
he had dreadlocks on,
a brownish leather jacket ube egqoke I leather jacket engathi I brown nje.
Yes, the first suspect, yeah.
Yes, that describes the first, or that talks about the first suspect that I described.
Yes, on the head short, there's
in fact, there's that one is the second suspect that I'm referring to, the one that was tall, that was wearing a jacket.
No, lo begqoka ijacket brown lo mfishane. Lo tholo ilo umuntu wesibili.
Okay, the one that was wearing a brown jacket is the short one.
The short one with the
yeah.
dreads name is yes.
Yeah, it's the short one who had dreadlocks and a head. And the tall one and dark, very dark in complexion is the second suspect.
the last page at the top of that page. It reads as follows, and I quote, I can be able to identify the one of them. He had left on the scene. No one was shot except Senzo. Close quotation.
Usho njalo ukuthi ngakwazi ukuthi ngimkhombe omnye wabo. Kanti ke isigqoko sasala khona laphana endaweni yesigameko. Akekho ke omnye umuntu wadubuleka ngaphandle kwaye uSenzo.
Yes.
That's correct.
When You were stating that you can be able to identify one of them. Which one was amongst them that
Which-
you were going to be able to identify?
usho kanjalo lana ukuthi ubungakhona ukhomba omnye wabo muphi loyo?
Yes, wangibuza ngithi lo muntu wayebhala statement.
The
Ukuthi
person-
ngakwazi ukubakhomba abantu abangenendlela.
Now the person that was taking my statement asked me as to whether will I be able to point out or identify these people that had access to the house.
And angikaze ngithi angeke ngikwazi ukukhomba umuntu mangase kuthiwa ngiyambona.
And I didn't say that I won't be able to point them out if it so happens that I see them again.
So between the two intruders, the one with dreadlocks and the one who was tall, the second intruder, which one amongst them were you saying that you can be able to identify?
Kulabo ke ababili, lo mude nalo benama dreadlocks. Ubuthi wena ungakhona ukukhomba muphi?
Bengingakwazi ukubakhomba bobabili if bebebekwe phambi kwami kanje.
I was going to be able to identify them if the both of them were to be brought before me.
Sir, let us not try to run away from the question. Where I'm at is as follows. You say in your statement, I can be able to identify one of them. So I'm asking you, which one were you saying that you can identify one of them between the two, the one with dreadlocks and the tall one?
Singabalekeli lokho ke. Yabona statement sakho sithi ungakhona ke ukukhomba omnye wabo.
Yes.
Omoblo.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi if bebevela bobabili besa kanje bengakwazi ukubakhomba. So la enkantolo ngikwazile ukukhomba oyedwa because ngimbonile la ecourt oyedwa. Njengoba ngishilo nje.
Now, as I've already said, if the two of them were to be brought before me, I would then be able to identify them. Now, opportunistically, coming here at court, I was then able to see one of them, and I pointed him out.
Sir, for the sake of progress, I'm not going to repeat this question for you. I'll leave it for argument at a lesser stage.
Understood?
Yebo kuyazwakala. Yeah.
My Lord, with the leave of the court, may I request that the statement by the witness, which was made on the 27th of October 2014, be handed in as Exhibit V1.
Okay.
Sir, you will remember that I had asked you regarding the statement that you made, that is Exhibit V1, and you told this court that you did not see where the deceased was. Sorry. Remember that I asked you about the question whether were you able to see where the first shot that was fired in the kitchen landed. You said you could not see.
Yes.
Uyakhumbula lokho ngisho ukuthi ubonile ukuthi ukuchuma kwesibhamu njengoba sisachuma ukuqala ukuthi leyo nhlamvu yashaya ukuthi but cha zange ngibone.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to refer you to the transcribed record of the evidence of Zandile Kumal. It is on page 52 of the transcribed record.
Page 52, yeah, recording
Of the transcribed record.
ebhalwe phansi ukusuka-ke kulo bufakazi bukhishwa njengomlomo, page 52, kanti uZambi
line 13. Line 13. It is dated the 18th of July 2023. That is the evidence in chief of the witness.
The prosecutor is trying to assist us with that statement.
Okay. It is page 52 of the transcribed record. I'll start at line 5.
We have page 52.
Yes, I'll start at line number 5. This is the evidence of Zandile Khumalo when he was being led by the State Council. The following question was asked. At line 4, the State Council asked the witness to proceed with her evidence. Then the response at line 6 is as follows, and I quote, "When the firearm went off, I then heard something hitting the floor, and then a spark went off, and then it hit me on my foot."
Sorry, we got lost here. We are in page 52, and that line, it's not reflected here.
The proceedings of the 18th of July 2023.
Here it's written the 24th of July. We've got the 24th of July 2023 here.
Yeah, but this reads the,
Yeah, let me just continue for the sake of progress.
yes.
Yes, it's not long. It reads as follows. The response, "When the firearm went off, I then heard something hitting the floor, and then a spark went off and then hit me on my foot," close quotation.
Usho njalo-ke uZandi uthi uma kucima isibhamu khona akuzwa kuwela phansi, kanti-ke khona kwamshaya khona la enyaweni wabona ukuthi kuba nama-sparks khona lapho.
Yeah, ngilalela.
Yes, I'm listening.
Right. Then there was a question by my colleague, Advocate Baloyi. Just a minute. If you say felt something hitting the floor, you could see where it hit the floor.
Manje-ke nakhe laphana-ke isitatimenti lesi esikhuluma ngaso babaluleke wathi awumeke mncane. Uma-ke wena uthi uyowezwa kukhona okuthize ushaya-ke phansi nokuthi-ke uye wabona yini la ike yahlala khona lapho phansi na uyakubona?
Yeah, ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see that.
We'll then go to line 13. When I heard that hitting the floor, it so happened that Tumelo also heard it, so that we heard the same thing. I ran into the bathroom and he ran into the bedroom, close quotation.
Kuthi-ke mangizwa leyo nto-ke ishaya phansi kwase kuyenzekayo ukuthi naye uTumelo wavele wakuzwa lokho manje kwenzekayo ukuthi sobabili sezwa-ke umsindo ofanayo ngagijima-ke ngaya ngasebathroom uTumelo-ke wabaleka-ke wangena egumbini lokulala. Ngiyakuzwa lo?
Yeah, ngiyakuzwa.
I hear that.
What is your comment about what Zandile Khumalo testified about the first shot hitting the floor and she running into the bathroom and you running into the bedroom?
Uthini-ke wena-ke umphawula?
Lokho akushoyo ukuthi wabaleka ngabaleka ngangena i-bathroom yena wangena i-bathroom angimbona ukuthi wangenaphi ne.
Now there where it has to do with her running and getting into the bathroom, and myself running and getting into the bedroom, I cannot ascertain that. I didn't see her running into the bathroom.
And secondly, even after sesibuyile esibhedlela angibonanga ukuthi inhlamvu yashaya yaphi mina.
Even when we had come back from the hospital, I did not notice where the bullet hit or the spot which was hit by the bullet.
Engikwaziyo kwasikhombisa nje la unyaweni la ka right ngala phezulu kweqakala la ayinento encane nje ngathi kubushanyana.
Now, what I know is that she actually showed us a chip on the skin that is just on above the ankle or the front portion of the foot in that ankle area of the foot. It was just a superficial kind of an injury. Just an abrasion. It wasn't big. That's what she showed us.
So you did not see when the gunshot went off and hitting the floor in the kitchen?
Awuzange ukubone lokho.
No, angikubonanga lokho nje angisho ukuthi ngezwe sezwa ngaye sesibonisa nje la elimele khona la iqala ngaphezulu kweqala la isinyaweni la ka right.
I did not witness that. We only heard it from her at the time that she was now showing us that she sustained a superficial injury just on the ankle, the front portion of the ankle of her right foot.
So you disavow both what you said in your statement, Exhibit V1, that the deceased was shot on the chest, and what Zandile Kumalo is saying in her evidence in chief, that when the shot went off and hit the floor, you were also present. You felt the same thing.
I don't think it's correct to say he's disavowing that. He explained that when he stated that the deceased was hitting the chest, he was saying that in retrospect.
Yes. Inferential reasoning. You see a person who had a white T-shirt, it had no blood stain. Subsequently, you see the same person with a blood-stained T-shirt and he's lying on the floor. Inferential reasoning. You didn't see it. It's after the event. He sees it, that this person was shot on the chest.
So, yes, I do agree.
Yeah.
But do you agree with me that the manner that the statement is documented, that is Exhibit V1, in relation to the injury on the chest, it is not documented in a sense that it's something that you saw after you had had the gunshot?
Ungavumelana naphi ukuthi ke ngendlela ke lesi statement esibhalwe ngakhona asibhalwanga ngendlela ephana ngomfanekiso wokuthi wena wabona ke inxeba ku Senzo emva kokuthi isigameko senzeke ngendlela esibhalwe ngakhona asinikezani ngaleso sithombe sokuthi wena wabona inxeba emva kokuthi isigameko senzeke. Yakuvuma lo?
Yeah, ngakubona emva kwesigameko kwangelula ukuthi ubone same time nawe moyibuka nje lento kwangelula ukuthi ubone same time because angeke kuze kube manje angeke ngisho ukuthi uSenzo wadubuleka kanjani njengokuthi ngabona after mina ngakuzwa nje umsindo wesibhamu.
I would not have seen immediately when he was inflicted with that bullet. I couldn't. Even right now, I cannot even explain it as to how exactly it came about that he sustained that injury on the chest. I am saying that only after the transpiration of the incident was I then able to finish the statement based on what happened, what had already happened.
Because ukumshiya kwami uSenzo ngasagcina ukumgcina kwami ngamgcina sise kitchen.
Now the last time I checked, we were together in the kitchen. And there's some kind of a demonstration with two fingers equal that are depicting
sasimnayo njani
some
maqhuma isibhamu
equal.
lethwe ngabalekela ekamereni ngamgcina la ukuthi wabaleka washona ngakuphi ngabona sengibuye ekamereni ukuthi udubulekile selele dining.
We were together when the firearm went off, and I fled to the bedroom, and upon my return from the bedroom, that is when I realized that he had already sustained a shot, and he was lying down in the dining room.
Let us move to photo 15 of Exhibit B. When the deceased was fighting with the second intruder, can you again demonstrate using that photo? Where was the intruder, the second intruder?
Ubeke la yena ebheke ngaphakathi endlini usenzo emla ebheke ngakuyi mina ngimla eceleni kwasenzo.
Now, 3 spots have just been reflected on this picture to try and depict where Senzo was. The first one, just next to the door there, close to the cabinet, at the end of the cabinet. That is at the bottom end of the cabinet. That is where the first light had been shown. This is where, and I quote, this is where the intruder was, facing the kitchen. And then the light moved a few inches away from that particular spot, linearly went down, and that is where Senzo was. A spot was shown there. That is where Senzo was. And then it moved to the right or adjacent to Senzo a few inches again, and that is where I was. That is now in accordance with this.
Where was the first intruder, the one with dreadlocks, at that time?
Obe kupike lo obe nama dreadlocks ngaleso sikhathi.
Abebe Samuela emva kwethi la.
They were somewhere there at that particular spot there, behind us. And the spot that is being pointed at is, yeah, it could be somewhere even outside of the borders of this picture. But he's indicating that they were behind us.
Was he behind the deceased?
Noma ngingisho exact cause ngibhekele but umsindo wona ula emva kwami.
I cannot be exact about that because I was facing the opposite direction. But the commotion was behind us.
I mean the first intruder, the one with dreadlocks, was he behind the deceased or was behind all of you as well standing there?
Ngisho yena lo obenama dreadlocks. Ubengasemva komufi or ubesemva kwakho ubengiva kuphi?
No, bebesemva kwethu no Senzo. Because besibhekele thina. Bebela ngemva kwethu no Senzo.
They were behind us. That is myself and Senzo. Because we were facing that direction and they were behind us.
I mean the one with dreadlocks in relation to Senzo. Where was he?
Side,
behind Senzo, the deceased?
Yabona lo onama dreadlocks. Ma umthathalisa no Senzo. Ube kuphi ngasemuva kaSenzo, ube ngasemva kwakho, ube kuphi kahle?
Bebesemva kwethu sobabili because thina sibhekele obvious umuntu ongala usemva kwethu. Ngisha ngaba ka right but usemva kwethu, ngisha ngaba ka left semva kwethu. So noma ngike phela ngichaze because bayishwa uMakazandi no Kelly nayo uZandi. So angeke ngisho ukuthi wayemuva kanjani but bebela emva kwethu bona.
I cannot be able to explain how they were moving because they were behind us. That is the very person that I am referring to, that they were behind us. It could have been that behind on the right, behind on the left, that I cannot ascertain. But what I am saying is that they were behind us, even at the time that he was being fought against by Makumalo, Zandi and them, as they were assaulting him. There was movement that was happening behind us. Therefore, I cannot tell exactly behind us where he was.
No, don't rush. We'll come to that. I'm interested. I'm interested in these people. We have demonstrated where the second intruder was. We have demonstrated where the deceased was. You also indicated where you were at that time. I mean, now, one by one.
Ususibonisile
In
ukuthi
relation to the deceased, where you had pointed where the deceased was, where was the first intruder in relation to the deceased?
angizoshilo ukuthi ke lo wesibini ube kuphi, umufi ube kuphi, wena ubukuphi. Lona ke wokuqala umngeneli lo wokuqala. Yena ke uma ke usuqhathanisa nala umufi bekhona ubeme kuphi.
Only that one.
Yeah, ngizombona kanjani iposition exactly ukuthi umkuphi ngibhekele siface lo second intruder. Ngangizombona kanjani lo ukuthi exactly nendawo kuphi.
Now, how would I have exactly seen or clearly seen the exact position of the first intruder when we accosted or when we were faced with the second intruder?
Because engikwaziyo ukuthi usemva kwami because ngangizwa nomsindo wama clutches ne drawer la lepuni.
All I am sure of is that he was behind us because I could hear the noise or the commotion that was happening, the crutch, the sound of the crutch, and as well as the utensils, the cabinet being opened. That's all I am sure of.
So what you are saying is that you and the deceased were facing the second intruder.
Ngamanye amazwi lokho kushoyo ukuthi wena nomufi benibheke lona kwesibili.
Yes, makuphuma isibhamu nje besiphuma sibheke lo yes.
Yes. At that time when the gun went off, we had faced, both of us were facing the second intruder.
Okay. So the first intruder was behind you.
Lo wokuqala ubengasemva kwenu.
Yes.
Yes.
You also told this court in your evidence in chief that at that time the deceased had pinned the second intruder into the wall. Which wall were you referring to?
Uthi ngaleso sikhathi ke ubembambe emphushele odongweni lapha. Ngikhuluma ngalokho udongo.
Eceleni kwasi isicapha la.
I'm just referring to the spot just next to the door. It's just been shown next to the door there.
Okay. You also told this court in your evidence in chief that the deceased had grabbed or held the hands of the second intruder upwards. You confirm that?
Uyakhumbula lokho ke uthi umufi bemphethe abambe isandla sakho ngengalo yakhe phezulu nje.
Yebo kunjani.
That is so, yes.
I'm going to refer you to the postmortem report, which is Exhibit L of the record.
Ngizokubonisa ke i-report. Postmortem.
On page 3 of the postmortem report, A51.3. It's A51.3 in brackets.
As the court please note, we have previously objected against the use of documents compiled by expert witnesses. And we're going to again raise that objection. This witness is a layperson. He cannot comment on the evidence of an expert.
You want the witness to comment on what? Post-mortem.
I just want the listen. No, sorry, I just want the witness to listen, my lord.
To listen?
Yeah, to listen
Yeah?
to what?
Listen to what?
To the findings by the doctor.
Oh, I see.
To the
Fine.
findings by the doctor.
Okay.
Only listen. And
Just
then I'm
listen.
going to just listen. I'm just
Okay.
going to sum it
Ulalele
up.
nje,
So you
okay.
must just listen.
Okay.
Dokotela uthini?
Yes, let's go.
I'm going to refer you to Roman figure 4 of the postmortem report under external appearance of the body and condition of limbs.
Under external,
External appearance of the body and condition of limbs.
kanti-ke sobheka ku-Roman figure 4 esho njalo-ke external appearance of the body ukuthi umzimba wawubukeka kanjani nokuthi-ke iy'ngalo ney'nyawo nazo-ke beyime kanjani, position of the limbs.
I'm going to start at number 2.
Sizoqala lapha ku-number 2.
Thank you. Situated over the right anterior chest wall, 1 centimeter to the right of the midline and 135 centimeter above the heel is a 3 centimeter by 1.5 centimeter oval shaped lacerated wound.
Sorry, we've just been handed the file here. We cannot see where you are reading.
On page 3 of the postmortem report,
Okay. Line number 2.
yes, Roman figure 4, under external appearance of the body and condition of limbs.
Thank you, we found it.
Yes. Situated over the right anterior chest wall, 1 centimeter to the right of the midline and 135 centimeter above the heel is a 3 centimeter by 1.5 centimeter oval shaped lacerated wound.
Yakubona lokhu ke ukuthi masibheka la sibheka ke ngapha esifubeni kule hlangothi la right kwakhona ke futhi ke 1 centimeter ukuya ngapha ngako right ukusuka kwi midline singasho ke 135 centimeters above the heel phezu kwesithende ke utholakala ke inxeba 135 centimeters phezu kwesithende uyabona kukhona 3 centimeter by 1.5 centimeter inxeba elingathi ke li oval nje belingekho round elingathi li oval inxeba nje lokudabuka ukuthi hayi ukusika okujwayeleke ukudabuka yabona laceration lana khulunywa ke nge chest wall ukuthi ke sesifubeni yes we can see that.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a semicircular abrasion situated over the superior and inferior aspect measuring 0.3 centimeters superiorly and 0.5 centimeter inferiorly. The wound edges appear seared. Situated just below the skin, blackened granular material consistent with gunshot residue are noted in the underlying soft tissue. This wound is consistent with a contact bullet entrance wound.
Khona ke inxeba ke elibonakala lase phezulwana nje kwesikhumba lelo nxeba ke limayelana ke nenhlamvu ake sibone ukuxhuma ke kwesibhamu okanye inhlamvu eke yathi ukuhlangana ke nalokho okungaphansi kwesikhumba kanti ke leli nxeba ke kuyinxeba elibonisa ke ukuthi kwaba khona ilokhunjani inhlamvu engenayo.
Yeah, ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see that.
Right. Let us turn to page 4 of the postmortem report under paragraph 3, where it reads as follows, and I quote, there is a 1.3 centimeter by 0.7 centimeter oval-shaped lacerated wound situated over the right posterior chest wall, 4.5 centimeter to the right of the midline and 1 to 6 centimeter above the heel. Open bracket, this is consistent with bullet exit wound, close bracket, close quotation.
Kukhona ke elinye inxeba okuthiwa 1.3 centimeter by 0.7 centimeter le oval nje ngokubukeka kwalo lelo nxeba nalo ke bekuyi inxeba lokudabula okanye ukudatshulwa into ethize lacerated wound eyayitholakala ke mhlawumbe ke 4.5 centimeter okusuka ke kwi midline uya ngaku right and kanti leyo nxeba ke belethi phezulu kwesithende uthathe ke ama centimeters aw 126 kanti ke inxeba ke leli elibonisa ke ukuthi inhlamvu yayiseseyiphuma ke manje emzimbeni ufele lingale inhlamvu yangena leli lingapha inhlamvu yaphuma ushuthi ke ukukhulunywa lana ke.
Yes, that was the exit wound. There's a diagram also indicating the wounds.
Yes, I can see that.
Yes, there is a diagram indicating the wounds and wound track. Wound 2 entrance, wound 3 exit, and wound track, wound 2 and 3. You also see that?
Uyabona lo?
Yebo ngiyakubona.
That's correct, I can see that.
What is of interest to me is the following. So, if your evidence is to be believed, the deceased is fighting with the second intruder.
Uma ngabe sizokhola ubufakazi bakho nangumufi ulwisana nalona ke umngeneleli wesibili.
He is holding the second intruder's hand upwards.
Ubambe isandla salona umngeneleli wesibili usibambele phezulu okanye ingalo yakhe uyibambele phezulu.
How then did the deceased sustain the gunshot wound, the entrance to the chest, and the exit to the back, if he was fighting with the second intruder who was not in possession of a firearm? Can you explain that?
Please, my lord, the
witness is very clear. You asked him a question, where did the projectile land? You said we call it bullet. And he says, Angazi no we born. Zangi born. I didn't see it, he doesn't even know. He just heard a sound, a deafening sound. That's his evidence. He never said when the deceased was pinning the right upper arm of whatever intruder, the gunshot rang. Never said that. That's not the evidence.
May I rephrase the question? At what stage did you hear the sound of a gunshot at the time when the deceased was fighting with the second intruder?
Wezwa ukuxhuma kwesibhamu nini ngenkathi ke umufi eloko ebambene nayo lona umngeneli wesibili.
Bese kitchen lapha ekitchen ngawuzwa se kitchen qhuma kwesibhamu.
We were in the kitchen. We were in the kitchen when the firearm went off.
You had said the second intruder, sorry, the first intruder, the one with dreadlocks, was behind you.
Uthe kanjalo
Confirm that.
lona ke obe nama dreadlocks ube semva kwenu.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so. Behind you singular, behind you plural.
Behind you and the deceased.
Should you emva kwenu nomufi?
Yes.
That's correct.
You told this court that you did not see where the gunshot landed.
Uthi ke
The
wena
first
azange
gunshot that you heard, the singly one.
uthi azange ukubona ukuthi inhlamvu yafika yashaya kuphi.
Angibonanga ukuthi yaphuma yaya ngakuphi umsindo nje engawuzwa.
I didn't even see the
Umsindo
direction.
engawuzwa.
The direction it took. All that I heard was that noise.
njengoba ngisho nje even after incident angizange ngibone nala yashaya khona inhlamvu lo ngakubona late sesikhondiswa amaphoyisa ngibona late sekukhondiswa
As I
amaphoyisa.
have already said, that even after the incident, I did not see the spot at which the bullet hit. Only when the police were pointing to us where the bullet actually hit, that's when I could see.
You know, after that single gunshot that you had, if the deceased had a fight again with the first intruder,
Uyakwazi ukuthi kwaba nje nesikhathi lapho ke umufi
Ah,
alwa naye lona lo qala.
angikubonanga but if isibhamu masiqhuma wonke umuntu usuke ezama ukubaleka yala yakhona ngithi so angibonanga ukuthi wabaleka waya ngakuphi.
I didn't witness that. You see, when the gunshot goes off, everybody wants to run for cover. So I did not know, I mean, I didn't see where he went to, ran to.
Yes, I'm still wanting him to listen. That's what you said originally.
yes, I'm done.
Now you're asking him questions.
No, it was in
I don't forget.
it was in respect of the
No,
postmortem.
he said to me, I want him to listen.
Yes.
Now, when I'm thinking, oh, let's listen. Now you come in with questions.
It was in respect of the postmortem report.
Oh, what?
It was in respect of the postmortem report.
I see.
Yes, there were follow-up questions, hence I was asking him those questions.
Okay.
We'll now go to the statement of Nontanta Kelly Kumaga. It's A17. I'm going to read paragraph 8 and 9 of Exhibit 17. Paragraph 8 reads as follows, and I quote, "The one suspect with a gun was threatening people in the living room, and the tall, skinny one left the bedroom door and went to the living room where his friend was."
Isho njalo lapho ukuthi ke lo umsolo wokuqala bephethe isibhamu belonga esongela abantu laphana ke kwi living room okanye se lounge nalona omude wayezaqile wasuka ke ngase gombeni lokulala wase ke uyahamba uyangale ke lounge kanti ke lapho ke umngani wakhe bengakhona ngase lounge uyakubona lo.
I then remembered that my child was in the other bedroom, and I opened the door to go and see what was happening.
Istatement esikhakheli lena ukhumbula ngase ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi ingane yami ingale ngasegumbini lokulala ngase ngivula umnyango ukuyobheka okanye ukubuka ukuthi kwakwenzakalani.
I then saw my mom struggling with the tall, skinny guy, and Senzo Meyiwa and Tumelo were busy struggling with the gunman.
Futhi ngase ngibona ulokhu njani my apologies, Your Lordship, I'm just trying to check that line.
I then saw my mom struggling with the tall, skinny guy, and Senzo Meyiwa and Tumelo were busy struggling with the gunman.
Ngase ngibona ke uma eloko ebambene nalokulisa omude ozaqile uSenzo noMthoko noTumelo bona ke bebeloko ke bebambane nalo oqala bephethe isibhamu.
I then tried to help my mother to push the tall guy. I did not know or see what was happening behind me. I only heard gunshots.
Ngase ngiyazama ke ukusiza uma ukuthi ngiphushe lo omuntu angazi ke ukuthi angazi futhi azange ngabona ukuthi kwenzakalani okanye bekwenzakalani emva kwami. Ngezwa nje kuchuma isibhamu sichuma kambaba.
Paragraph 9 reads as follows, and I quote, I jumped backwards and my sister said something hit her leg and she thought she was shot. I then saw Senzo running towards me, trying to grab me.
Ngase ke ngiyachuma ke ngimele emuva usisi wami wathi khona ukumshayile khona la emlenzeni ubecabanga ukuthi udutshuliwe. Ngase ngibona uSenzo egijima eza kimina ezama ukungibamba.
I grabbed him, but I could see that he was weak. He fell into my arms and I saw a spot of blood on his back. And I turned him over. I saw a lot of blood on his chest.
Manje ngambamba kodwa ke ngaqaphela ukuthi ube buthakathaka wavela wawela kimi ezandleni zami. Ngabona ke isport nje segazi ngasemuva kuye. Ngase ke ngiyamshintsha nje ukuthi ngimbhekise kulinye side. Ngabona ukuthi uphuma igazi eliningi oqhamuka khona laphana esifubeni.
He fell over the couch and I held him while screaming for help. At that time, the gunman was still in the house and my son was standing next to him.
Manje uthi ukuthi abone lesi sport segazi ngasemuva waseke uyamphendula ke wabona ukuthi igazi liphuma kakhulu lapho esifubeni. Igazi liphuma kakhulu esifubeni waseke uwela phezu kwecouch. Ngase ngiyambamba lokho ngimemeza usizo kanjalo. Ngaleso sikhathi ke lo obephethe isibhamu ube lokho ekhona lapho endlini. Kanti ke indodana yami ebiloko ime eduze naye.
Did you at some point struggle with the gunman, the first intruder, that is you, Senzo and Mthokozisi Sithwala?
Ngabe khona isikhathi la wena Senzo Mthokozisi beniloko nibambene nalomlisi obephethe isibhamu lo wokuqala?
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi yabona le statement lo ngifuna ukuthi azoyichazela yena le nto ayibhalile. Because nalelo gazi aliningi alishoyo ukuthi belibonaphi. Because mina ngikhumbula endlini bekunamagazi bekunegazi lamasportinyana leli liningi alishoyo yena. Lo ngifuna azochazela abantu le nto ayishoyo ayibhale lapha.
I would wish for this person that had finished the statement to come and explain this honorable court about the a lot of blood that she had seen, because or that he or she has seen. That particular person must then come and explain to the court, because as I have already indicated, I could only see the sprinkles or the spots of blood and not a lot of blood.
Because the statement sakhe mangifundela nje leyo maphathi ongifundela wona sinto efana nale ncwadi kaSoweto le nto nje kufanele azoyichaza la kubantu umthoko akusiyo umuntu othanda ukulu.
Now that very statement that you are referring to me to is as good as that the material that was written by that Soweto guy, which is worthless, given the fact that Mtogo is not a hostile person. It's not a person that likes fighting.
And angikhumbuli ngibona umthokoziselo. The only thing ngikhumbula nje ukuthi umthoko wayengemuva and mephume baleka waphuma mesho yena waphuma wabaleka makusho waphuma wabaleka so le ukuthi ubelwa ayangikhumbuli.
I do not remember seeing Mtogo fighting, because what I can remember, even he was from behind me, what happened was, at an earliest opportunity, Mtogo, fled or fled out of the house. That which is being spoken here, or that which is now being narrated in the statement, I don't know it. I just don't know it.
Futhi angifuni ukuthi angikhumbule akazali umthoko akaze nje umthoko walo angifuni ukuthi angikhumbule.
In fact, perhaps I should fix that one. Not that I do not remember him fighting. Let me say with certainty Mtoko did not fight.
So nje ngajabula le statement masingagoqwa sibeke eceleni umnikazi asazoyifundela yena lo doda ubhalela.
I would really be happy if the statement was to be folded and be put aside. Whoever finished this statement should come and explain this nonsense that's written here.
Yes.
Whilst we're inside the house on the 26th of October 2014, did the police arrive?
I think yes.
Whilst we're inside the house, before you went to the hospital, did the police arrive?
Ngey 26 October 2014 nisendlini angokuba nizoya esibhedlela. Ngabe amaphoyisa afika yini khona lapha endlini?
Ngikhumbula sesibuya mina.
I only remember upon a return.
Ngikhumbula sesibuya kuhambisa uSenzo amaphoyisa.
Only upon
Ngikhumbula
return.
before some.
Only upon a return from taking Senzo to the hospital. Not before we went to the
Did
hospital.
you see any police vehicle in the vicinity before you left to the hospital?
Angoba nizohamba nesibhedlela khona imoto amaphoyisa engena yibona khona kuleyo ndawo maduzane nje khona lapho okanye eduze nakuleyo ndawo.
Mina ayikho engayibona.
Personally, there is no police vehicle that I noticed or have seen.
Amaphoyisa nje ngiyakhumbula masesibuya esibhedlela.
I only remember the
That-
presence of the police upon a return from the hospital, and that was during the dawn of the day or in the dawn of the day.
In your evidence in chief, you also referred this court to a head which was discovered upon your return from the hospital.
Ebufakazini bakho ke ngenkathi umtshutshi sekubuza imibuzo wakhuluma nangesigqoko esesatholakala khona lapha endlini uma seniqhamuka khona esibhedlela.
Yebo kunjani?
It is so.
You also told this court that that head was worn by the first intruder.
Washo ke la enkantolo ukuthi leso sigqoko sagqokwe umngeneleli wokuqala.
Yebo kunjani?
Yes, it is so.
Do you know or did you see when it came off the first intruder's head?
Uye wakwazi ukubona uma leso sigqoko sisuka ke ekhanda lalowo wokuqala.
Cha ngibonanga.
I did not witness that.
But you yourself said, do you wear a cap? Do you wear a cap?
Wena ke uthe ugqoka icap.
Mina?
Do you
Me?
wear a cap in your lifetime?
Or
You wear
wena
a
ke
cap.
uyayigqoka yini icap?
Ayi.
Ube wayigqoka phambilini?
Hayi cap. Isigqoko ngiyisigqoke but hayi cap.
Not a cap. I would at times put some hat on, but not a cap.
Futhi hayi le nhlobo yeyigqoko le ngathi iqinile le igqoko nje lezi ithambile zinto ngayi lesiya.
Not that sort, or not that type of a hat, like the one that is sort of hard in texture. I would usually, if I have to put a hat, it should be a softer one, lighter one as well.
So you are saying that you don't wear a hat similar to the one that was found?
But when I
Hayi
wear-
never.
never.
Angikaze ngisigqoko isigqoko esiqinile lesi ngathi samakete hayi. Ngikaze.
I've never put on a hat like that looks like the old man's hat. Never.
Since ngazalwa.
Ever since I was born.
Is it correct that on the 29th of October 2014, you attended an identity kit which was conducted by Warrant Officer Steenkamp
On the 29th,
on the 29th of October?
Warrant Officer Steenkamp gobe nelokhonjana kubizela kuyo. Ngey 29th October.
Noma ngize ngibe straight nje ngama date but khona la esake sabizwa khona for leyo days.
Yes, even though I cannot be certain about the dates, there was a state when we were called for that purpose.
According to this witness, Warrant Officer Steenkamp, you were the third person to be interviewed. Do you confirm that?
Okuya Warrant Officer Steenkamp, wena waba umuntu wesithathu ukuthi ubuzwe imibuzo. Uyaqinisekisa lo?
Angisakhumbuli ngawa umuntu esingakho, but ngikusho ukuthi ngiyakhumbula khona ukuthi saya kokwenza lokho.
I cannot say, number one, was I on the line for being interviewed. All that I can remember is that we did go to the police for that purpose.
Warrant Officer Steenkamp says the following. The third person to be interviewed, in fact, she says, the third person I interviewed was Tumelo Madlala, who was much traumatized.
Umuntu wesithathu engambuza imibuzo kwaba uTumelo Madlala okungukuthi ke ube shaqekile kakhulu. Usho njalo ke warrant officer Steenkamp.
Yeah, qinisile information njalo.
No, yeah, he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth. I wasn't okay.
He saw the scuffling between suspect A and the deceased.
Between
Suspect A and the deceased.
uthi wabona ke ukubambana shikashiko wenzakalayo kwalo umangali wokuqala nowesibili ulokho njalo i-suspect nomufi suspect leyo yokuqala nomufi.
After hearing the gunshots, he ran off to one of the rooms.
Emva kokuthi ke ezwe kuchuma isibhamu wase uyabaleka ungena kwelinye lamagumbi khona laphayana.
Yebo.
Yes.
He gave a similar description of suspect A. I showed him Kelly and her sister's compilation, and he was satisfied with the ID kit. He could not compile the second suspect.
Waphana ke ngencazelo efana nalena eka suspect A. Kanti ke mayelana ke nalona uwesibini wahluleka ke ukuthi aphane ngaleyo ncazelo.
Is it correct that you told Warrant Officer Steenkamp during the interview that you saw the scuffling between suspect A and the deceased?
Yes.
Ngabe kuyiqiniso ukuthi wamtshela khona lokho ukuthi wabona ukubambana kwakwenzeka phakathi komufi no suspect A.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you further tell the warrant officer that you could not compile the second suspect?
Kanti ke wamtshela ukuthi awukwazi ukuphana ngesithombe kanye umfanekiso mayelana no suspect lo wesibili.
Ngiyayixaka lento ayibhale la cause mangathi ungifundele istatement sokuqala engasenze phosphorus ukuchazela ukuthi ngamchaza ukuthi ubemude kanjani njani ne. So ngiyaxakeka mase ngenza lokho emva kwalo mase kuzobhala ukuthi angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngimkhombe angikwazi lo.
I'm actually riddled with this one that I won't be able to identify the second one. Should remember that I did indicate that on the statement that was finished in Folklores that I was able to identify the tall one.
You told this court that the first suspect was wearing a hat.
Utshele inkantolo ukuthi lo umsolo wokuqala ube ugqoke isigqoko.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
You further told this court that the second suspect was wearing a hoodie jacket.
Nokuthi lona owesibili umsolo ube ugqoke ijacket ye-hoodie.
Yebo kunjalo.
It isn't it so?
That is not what Mthokozi Sithwala told this court.
Actually lokho uMthokozi sakutshela inkantolo.
Yeah, njengoba ngila nami ngizele esami statement uThoko wayizele sakhe so indlela abona ngayo noKelly noma noZandi mina ngizotshela nje inkantolo ongakubona okuyikho so ukuthi uMthoko uthini nobani ayi mina ngicabanga ukuthi kungifaka kakhulu lokwamthoko or ukubhala omunye umuntu.
As I've already indicated that I'm here in court to come and finish this court with my statement pertaining what is it that I have personally witnessed. As far as what Mthoko is saying in his statement, or whether whatever it is that is being spoken by Kelly in her statement, that has got nothing to do with me. Yes. Mine is to tell this honorable court about what I personally have witnessed about this incident.
We just want to point out that that is not correct. We're still waiting for the details of what Mthoko said, but what counsel is saying that is not what Mthoko said is not correct. Still waiting for the details as to in which respect is Mthoko not correct.
Yes, I was still going there. Thank you. Mtozi Sitwala told this court that the first intruder, the one with dreadlocks, was wearing a hoodie jacket.
As a court, please, Molo, that is not correct. That is what was stated in the statement, and he stated that there was a miscommunication between him and the statement taker. His evidence in court was clear, my lord.
Which court are you talking about?
I'm on the statement as well. Maybe I did not clarify that. In his statement, he said that.
Not in court.
Not in court.
You'll be
Yes.
surprised because it's the first time I hear this.
Yes.
Still, my lord, he cannot put, Mtoko clearly told the court that there was a miscommunication between him and the statement taker.
writer.
I think it's incorrect then to put what Mtoko basically disavowed to, to this witness. I think can be left for argument.
Yes.
My point, my lord, is that the witnesses in the house on factual observation are seeing 2 or 3 different things on very same factual observation of the incident. That was the point I was driving at.
I hear you.
I was drawing the witnesses' attention to what Twada said in his statements.
But this witness continuously says, you know what? Mina ngizele into engiyibonile.
Yes,
I won't comment ukuthi uratha uthini
yes.
or ukheli uthini.
Maybe I must put to him this assertion.
Okay, fine.
Say, on the very same factual observation, the witnesses are telling this court different observation. Why is that so? Do you know?
Ungakwazi lokho ukuthi amaqiniso akhishwa lana nje kuyingxenye yobufakazi bofakazi la enkantolo ahlukile. Futhi bonke ofakazi abakhulumi into efanayo emaqinisweni athize ebufakazini babo. Uyakwazi ukuthi ngaba unombangelo walokho.
Once again, my lord, it's a very general statement. I think counsel must be specific as to, what is he referring to.
You say you must specify what's different factually from witness A, B, C, D, and this witness, if possible.
It will cause me to go to the record. I'm reminded, my lord, that it is 11:20.
That's all. Okay, let's adjourn.
Take a short adjournment.
Sorry, Councillor,
Page 49.
Page 49. Yes, line number what?
Line 9. The response by Ms. Kuman, it's line 9. It reads as follows, and I quote, "And we then, all of us, then stood up. We then pushed them, that is now both the gentlemen, together with the one that was struggling with Kelly for the door, and pushed both of them to the kitchen," close quotation.
No. It is on, okay, we don't find it here.
The record that I read earlier on, it's the same record.
I am in page number 49.
The
Line
evidence
number
of the
9.
18th of July 2023.
This one says the 20th of July 2023.
Since it is not long, maybe it is not long.
All right.
It says, and I quote, I'm reading again, "And we then, all of us, stood up.
Sonke ke sase siyasukuma.
We then pushed them, that is now both the gentlemen, together with one that was struggling with Kelly for the door, and pushed both of them to the kitchen," close quotation.
Sabaphusha bothu kanjalo. Kakhulukazi nalona obelwa noKelly. Ukuya lapha ke emnyango wasekitchen.
Is that how it happened?
Ukuzwile lokho?
Hayi ngicabanga ukuthi Mr. Nxumalo okwenzeka uzokufunda la kwesami statement. Then masungubuza ngesami lesi sibhalwa abanye ngithe ngicela ukuthi singagciki kakhulu angisho ukuthi ungakwenzi but angeke ngaphendulele abanye abantu.
I think, Mr. Nxumalo, you may ask me a question that is pertinent to my statement. When you get to my statement, you can ask me a question. Not that perhaps I'm trying to be evasive, but where others are concerned, I would wish for you to emphasize on the content of my statement.
Okay, I do understand that, but what I'm inviting you to comment, is this what I've just read, how it happened or not?
Yabona engifuna nje ukusho ukuthi njengoba ke ikhulunywa ngaleyo ndlela wena uthini ke ilokho engithanda ukuthi uphawule nje kuphela ngendlela abathi yenzeke ngakhona nangendlela wena owazi ngakhona bengingathanda ukuthi wena uphawule.
Hayi indlela okwenzeke ngakhona Mr. Nxumalo ngakuthola kwesami statement and angisho ukuthi ungangibeki lokho ungangizwisi kona ungangizwisa kona but okwaba kusiko kaTumelo.
Now, how it transpired, that will be found in my statement. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be perhaps putting it to me, pertaining what Tumelo and or rather pertaining what they are saying. That you can do, but I'm saying that if you expect for me to respond, then you should at least ask me about what is written in my statement. That is Tumelo Madlala.
Okwabo ukuthi I think abakubhalile nabo inkantolo ezokubona ithatha inqumo noma ezokwenza ezodila nestatement zabo esami nje ngizodila naso nami wasasibhalwe yimini.
What they have written, that should be left in the hands of the court. The court will then decide what to make of their statements. I'm just saying that we should focus on the statement that I had provided or that I had finished.
Lastly, on page 50 of the transcribed record, the response by Ms. Kumano in her evidence in chief, it reads as follows, and I quote, "I took the crutch and tried to hit the tall one with it, but could not reach. And then Tumelo took the crutch from me, and I was the one who hit the gentleman with the crutch."
And I was the one who hit.
And was the one who hit the gentleman with the
Ngazama ke
crutch.
ukuthi ngishaye lona omude ngecrutch. Kodwa ke mina bengimfishane. Istatement isaka Ms. Khumalo leso. ngathatha le crash ngithi ngishaya lo mlisa okanye ngathi ngishaya lo mlisa ngale crash kodwa bengimfishane mina ke ngishaya lo mude lo uTumelo wayithatha leyo crash wase ke uyamshaya mina.
Ngiyabuzwa Mr. Nxumalo ngicabanga ukuthi ngingayikhulumela khona la ilokuthi nami ngathatha icrash.
I think what I can react to is that point that says I also took a crash. That I can react to it.
Because angikhumbuli nje ngiphatha icrash in the day kitchen angikhumbuli.
Because I do not remember getting hold of a crutch on that day in a kitchen.
Lastly, I just need clarity on this. You will confirm if you can and deny if you did not say it. In your evidence in chief,
uvumelane uma ngabe uyavumelana okanye uphike uma ngabe uyakuphikisa lokho.
Okay.
in your evidence in chief, did I hear you clearly that your evidence was that after you had finished smoking, you were then invited inside the house by Kelly Kuman?
Ngengakuzwa ngizwe kahle mhlawumbe ngenkathi umshushi sekubuza imibuzo uthi wena emva kokuthi niqeda ubhema nase nyamenywa ke nimenyelwa endlini uye lona uKelly Kuman ngabe ngikuzwe kahle
To say your goodbyes
ukuthi nikwazi ukuthi niyovalelisa endlini.
Yeah, lokho ngiyakuzochaza futhi. Yeah, wafika simi ngasemnyango impela. Wase yasibuza imthayo sinihamba ningavalisani endlini. Le trailer asabuyela khona emuva endlini.
Yes, that I can confirm.
Yeah. Right,
she came and we're standing next to the door and she said that, are you now just about to leave and you haven't even said goodbye inside of the house? And that's when we went into the house to say our goodbyes.
Yes.
That I confirm.
Did you say in your evidence in chief, you will correct me if I'm wrong, that before you could enter the house, you had a commotion inside the house? Did you say that?
Ngabe usho kanjalo? Ngoba uzongena endlini.
Angikaze ngikusho lokho.
I've never said that.
Which evidence are you listening to?
The very same
No,
evidence. Yes.
first time I hear that. Even
Yes,
Mr. Baloi also says that was never said.
It's just that I was listening to a recording. I was just confirming it, my lord, if it did mention that in his evidence
I
in
see.
chief or not.
Okay.
Ngajabula mase ngizwe leyo nto. Angikhumbuli nayo langeliyi1 la ngemisho. Mangasungizwise Mr. Nxumalo ngabe ngangijabula.
If you can help me hear that. I do not remember, not even on a single day, saying that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Mr. Msholo? Yes.
As the court pleases, my lord. Mr. Madlala,
Yes, advocate.
have you testified in court before?
Uke wathula ukufaka
This
bakho phambili
incident.
nenkantolo mayelana ke nalesi sigameko.
No, I mean before this incident, have you ever testified in any
Oh.
court, whether it's a lower court, small claims court, high court?
Angikaze ngitestify.
I've never testified in court before.
Okay. It's your first time now.
Uyaqala
Yebo.
ukuza la enkantolo.
Yebo.
Yes, it's my first time.
And then when you are testifying, Mr. Madlala, I am putting questions to you and you are expected to give answers. Do you understand that?
Uyabona uma uthula ubufakazi bakho yimina ubuza imibuzo kanti kulindeleke ukuthi wena ke uphendule leyo mibuzo.
So that you
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
find yourself asking me questions. Because I'm not the one who is giving answers.
Ungazoyithola ke usubuza uadvocate imibuzo lapha ngoba ke akusiwuyena ophana ngeimpendulo. Yazwa?
Kunzima ngiyakuzwa kodwa.
It is difficult. I can hear you, but it is difficult.
Unfortunately, it's the procedure that we have to follow when you are testifying in court under cross-examination.
Ngeshwa ke iyona ndlela ke okanye inkambo yala enkantolo uma ngabe uthola ubufakazi bakho la enkantolo.
If
I
you
hear you,
want,
advocate.
if you want me to repeat the question, you must just tell me to repeat the question.
Uma ngabe ke uyathanda ukuthi ngikubuze ufuna ukuthi ngiphinde leyo mbuzo ungakwenza lokho.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
I hear you, advocate.
Okay. And the reason, Mr. Madlala, why you are before this court, it's because we want to find out from you what transpired on the date of the incident.
Manje isizathu esenza ukuthi wena uthole ube la enkantolo namhlanje sifuna ukwazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngalolo suku lesigameko.
Yebo ngiyazwa.
Yes, I can hear that.
We know what have been said by other witnesses in their statements.
Siyazi ukuthi kwakhulunywa ngabanye ofakazi batheni kuma statement wabo lokho siyakwazi.
We know what those who have testified have said before this court.
Nalabo ke abathule ubufakazi babo la enkantolo siyazi ukuthi nabo batheni.
So if I happen to refer you to the evidence of the witness, it's because I want you to comment on your own as a person who was there inside the house when the incident took place.
Uma ngikuthatha ngikusa ke kwingxenye ethize ubufakazi bomuntu othize ngithanda nje ukuthi wena okanye ngifisa ukuthi wena ukwazi ukukhuluma ngokwakho ukuthi ke ubufakazi bakho buthini mayelana ke nalokho kwenzeka ngelanga lesigameko uma ke usuthathanisa nalokho okhulunywa nalabo abanye uyazwakala.
Ngithanda ukudideka mangithi advocate ngizokhomenta mengifundela into zabanye abantu.
I get a bit confused when the advocate is saying that she will be referring me to the statements of other people. It's going to be difficult.
Kuzoba nzima ukuthi ngiphendule into eyabhalwa omunye umuntu.
It will be difficult for me to answer what was written by someone else.
But eyami kuzoba lula ukuthi ngiziphendulele because into eqondene nami.
Where mine is concerned, it will be easy for me to can respond to it because it has to do with me.
Okay. Let's go step by step, Mr. Madlala. You'll see what I'm saying.
Okay.
Ake sithathe nje isinyathelo ngesinyathelo uzobona ke ukuthi ngikhuluma ngani. Understood?
Okay.
And
No
I
problem.
want to believe that you have passed the metric, your metric, Mr. Madlala, so that I know which level do I engage you in terms of the questions, the line of questioning.
Cabanga ke ukuthi uma articulotsheni umphasile ke ngikwazi ukuthi nami buza imibuzo ke okanye mangikhulumisana nawe lapho ngikazi ukuthi kumele ngihlale kweliphi izinga ke lokubuza imibuzo.
I suppose the witness doesn't have to answer that question.
Which metric are you referring to? The one which you pass with 30%? Or the one which I did about 50 years ago?
No, I think from the age of the witness, it's the current one.
I see, okay.
Yes, yes.
Yes, let's continue.
My qualifications, I don't think a witness, I think witness ngabe lumba owayekhona no akufanele ukuthi kuzoba umuntu ofundile as long as ukhona witness. But le yokufunda I understand this guy advocate.
Where qualifications are concerned, as long as you're a witness, as long as you were there when the incident transpired. But as far as education or your academic qualifications are concerned, I don't understand you there, advocate.
No problem, Mr. Madlala. If you have not passed metric, there is no problem. Let's proceed. We'll see.
Our passing metric as to beg.
Angawuphasa awuthi ngisheshe ngikusho alike iclass engaphinda neli one.
I did, and I did not fail even one grade. I did pass my metric, not even one class did I have to repeat.
Thank you very much. You know, if you're going to give positive answers like that, we're just going to be very short.
Yabona ke uma ngabe uzophana ke ngeimpendulo ezinjalo ezimfishane kanjalo nathi soba bafishane kanjalo.
You testified, Mr. Madlala, that you were a friend to the deceased. Am I correct?
Usho kanjalo ukuthi ubungumngani kumufi.
Kuyiqiniso lokho.
That is the truth.
And for a long period of
Kade
time.
side ningabangani.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
Am I correct to think that you were in good terms with the deceased at the time of his death?
Ngenkathi eshona benisazwana kahle na.
Yes, asikaze singazwani nje.
We were never in bad terms or in bad blood before.
Can you describe, okay, sorry, can I just rephrase my word? Would you discuss with the deceased as a friend of the deceased about love relationships one will have, yours and the deceased one?
Njengomngane nomufi benikwazi ukuthi ngingaxoxisana ke naye ngixoxe nje ngendaba zothando.
And about the girlfriends you had, you know, those sort of friendship.
Benixoxa into enjalo.
Yebo, besixoxa advocate.
Yes, we'll discuss such.
Okay. Have you also discussed the nature of the relationship, or did you know the nature of the relationship between the deceased and Ms. Kelly Khumalo?
Ubukwazi ke kwakwenzakala nike okanye ubudlelwano babukhona phakathi komufi no Ms. Kelly Khumalo. Ngiyakwazi ukuqaqisa lapho.
Yeah, bengazi ukuthi baya jola. If ngayibeka kanjalo bengazi ukuthi baya jola.
Yes, I knew that they were in a love relationship or bayajola.
Do you know if they had any problems or if they had encountered any problems?
Ubukwazi ke ukuthi mhlambe bene inkinga nje ingcinama ezazikhona mhlambe elokhunjaneni edlelweni babo.
Angeke ngakhuluma ke lokho cause ezinto zenzekile ngaphambilini engafuni futhi mina.
Well, I cannot answer that one. There are certain things that transpired previously that has got nothing to do with me that I cannot answer.
And you further testified that you came to visit Senzo, the deceased, on the 26th of October when the incident took place.
Wakusho ke ukuthi ubuzovakashela umufi makuzokwenzeka lesi sigameko nge-26 ka-October 2014.
Yebo kunjani?
It is so, yes.
Did you know where the deceased was staying at that time? When you came to visit him?
Mawuzomvakashela kanjalo ngaleso sikhathi ubukwazi ukuthi behlala kuphi?
Ya bengazi mangaphosisi mhlawumbe sengivakashe kathathu.
Yes, I knew where he was residing. If I'm not mistaken, I had already visited him about 3 times.
Okay, where had you visited him?
Ubumvakashela kuphi mawuzomvakashela?
Sengisho entweni yakhe ehlangene noKelly labe behlala khona eMalbatini.
In their affair with Kelly, where they were residing in Malberton.
Ngivakashe endaweni eziningi akahlala kuzona uSenzo. Sengisho la esehlala khona noKelly bewise eMalbatini.
Now I had visited Senzo on various residential places. I'm now referring to where he was residing with Kelly, that is in Malberton.
How many times had you visited the deceased in Joburg? If you can recall. If you can't recall, there is no harm. Just tell the court you can't recall.
I visited him in Winchester and Berkeley as well, and Malberton as well.
Okay. Where last had you visited him?
Malberton.
For how many times?
I think we are
If I'm not mistaken, 3 times.
Okay. So you were acquainted with Ms. Kelly Khumalo?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Whose place was it at Malberton? If you know.
Bengazi ukuthi indawo yasenzo mina.
I knew it to be Senzo's place.
Okay. And it is your evidence that at the hospital, after the incident had taken place, midnight, you did not have a place to sleep. As a result, you went with Ms. Kelly Khumalo and Zali to Malberton. Am I correct?
Ngabe ke ngiqinisekile ke or ngiqinisekile uma ngithi okanye ngiqinisile uma ngithi wena ngalobo busuku ngekhathi nisesibhedlela mase nisuka esibhedlela ubungesenayo ke indawo yokuyolala ngalokho ke wahamba no Mr. Khumalo uya khona le eMangatheni ngabe kuyiqiniso lokho?
Not exactly, because ngangihamba nomthoko before ngangithanda.
Not exactly. I could have traveled together with Mtogo if it was what I actually wished for.
Yeah, so why did you choose to go with Kelly instead of going with
Yini
Mthokozisi?
wakhetha ke ukuthi uhambe noKelly ungahambi noMthokozisi?
Angithi inhloso yami vele bengivakashele lapha ya.
No, remember initially my intention was to visit that place.
And ngiyaqala futhi ukuza khona.
And that was also not the first time visiting that place.
Okay. So that's the reason you wanted to spend that night with Kelly.
Kwaba isona sizathu esenza ukuthi wena ufuna ukuqeda ubusuku bakho khona laphayana naye.
Angazi ukuthi ngizophendula ngithini because ekugcineni nje wangangizela kwakuzobukeka kanjani after sekwenzeke lento nama ngisekho futhi.
Now, I don't know how should I answer that one. Since I had come here and the incident transpired, what picture would it cast if I were not to be found after the incident?
And when did you make the statements?
When's less statement nini?
Sokuqala.
Is it the first statement? There are
The
many
first-
statements that are
The
made.
first statement,
Statement
immediately
of-
after the incident.
Emva ukuthi kwenzakale lesigameko wasenza lesi statement.
Hey lapho ngizothanda unga because masibuya esibhedlela. Masibuya esibhedlela siye la kwenzeka khona lento. Khona nomunye uphoyisa wayebhale ngibuza. So angazi noma kuyi statement naleso.
I would be a bit unsure about that because even when we came back from the hospital and there is one police official that was asking me questions and he was writing something or she was writing something, so I cannot say as to whether was that now a statement or what.
Okay, did he ask you to sign any document
Wakutshela ukuthi mhlambe kube ne-document ethizoyisayinayo
at that time?
ngaleso sikhathi.
No wayengibuza nje ngento enzile labhale phansi but angikhumbuli ngisayini.
I do not remember signing any document. All that he was doing was interviewing me about what transpired there.
So it means you did not sign any statement that night? That-
Lobo busuku azange usayine statement.
Ngizange ngisayini.
That is correct. I never signed.
And from Exhibit V1, you only signed on the following day, which is 27.
Wasayina nge 27. Qhamuka ke kuleso statement esithi V1.
Yes, ngiyakhumbula sase police station.
Yes, I remember we were at the police station at Vosloorus.
And from the date of incident up to the time when you made the statement on the following day, you were with Miss Kelly Khumalo, Miss Zandi Khumalo.
Sonke lesikhathi
Correct.
emva kokuthi kwenzakala lesigameko kufika ngalesi sikhathi uzophana nge-statement sakhe emaphoyiseni ubuluko unaye uMiss Kelly Khumalo noMiss Zandi Khumalo.
Yabo ngisho kanjalo.
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. And obviously you discussed about the shooting incident, which was traumatic to you guys.
Sobala ke ukuthi nakhuluma ngaleso sigameko sokudutshulwa ngoba ke wawushathekile okanye nanishathekile.
Not exactly because indlela oyisho ngakho not exactly because kwakuleke kufika abantu so nesimo engangikuzona mangakutshela nje iqiniso nokulala ngangisaba ngisho ukuvala amehlo.
Not exactly as to how you are putting it now, because there were instances or intervals of the arrival of other people as well. Even myself, the state I was in, I couldn't even wink a little.
Let's try, Mr. Madlala, to answer what has been asked. If I want to ask about your condition, I will ask that. But for now, my question is, obviously from the time of the incident up to the time when you made the statement, you'll discuss this case. You'll discuss the traumatic incident we have just gone through because we were sitting down discussing directly or indirectly.
Manje asiphendule lokho ke obuzwa khona. Zama ukuphendula lokho. Kanti ke ukusuka ngalesi sikhathi kwenzakala lesigameko ukufika ke leso sikhathi ke uzophana nge-statement nge-27 October 2014 ubunaye kakhulukazi ubani uKelly naye uZandi Khumalo and beniloko ngixoxa ke ngokuthi ke lesi sigameko saba buhlungu kangakanani sangiphatha kanjani ukuthi mhlambe wamtshela umuntu ngqo okanye wezwa mhlambe bona beloko bekhuluma kodwa ke lento yakhulumeka.
No, isikhathi esiningi advocate nje sorry ukuthi uphendula ngalento isikhathi esiningi Kelly ubeyivalele ekamereni then mase kufika lawo bantu abeza kuyena njengoba ngingachaza phambili kwafika noChiko khona umfana wafika noAkhumuzi babefika nje baningi bebaningi abantu lapha.
What I can say to you, advocate, that Kelly most of the times she would lock herself in the bedroom, and as I've indicated that there are a number of people that would also frequently be arriving there, and the likes of Chico Twala also arrived. One young man also arrived there. Sipho Akumzi also. Then it was uzophuma ke ababone then aphinde futhi
umuntu wayekhona nje uma wakhe
uzophuma uKelly
aphinde aye ekamereni lakhe aphinde ahlale nalabantu la.
Yes, and then Kelly would come out of the bedroom and entertain those visitors and then go back again into the bedroom.
Okay.
Umama wakhe wenzani?
Uyena phela wayeleke khona nje ngenza ukudla nani because ngangafuna nokudla ngaleso sikhathi.
And her mother was also instrumental in preparing food. You know, because myself during that time
They were feeding you with food.
At that time I did not want food.
Bebengibuza ukuthi ngilangilamba
They would ask me as to whether am I not hungry.
Oh, okay. So they were offering you. They were doing some favors to you.
Bekwenzela ke ama favorites.
Understand mawusho.
I don't understand you when you
Offering
say that.
food.
Bakupha ukudla kusho okanye
igama
mhlawumbe.
lika favor lingena kanjani?
Now how do you bring favor into
And
this
also
now?
offering you accommodation.
Bakupha ke nendawo yokuhlala.
Accommodation ngingachazela ukuthi eyakasenzo ngazi ukuthi eyakasenzo.
No,
So ngisasile endaweni yakasenzo.
I have already explained to you that as far as the accommodation is concerned, that is Senzo's place.
And
I'm still at Senzo's place.
And it is your evidence also in chief that the person who had deposited money for you in order to be able to come to Joburg, it was Miss Kelly Khumalo.
Wakusho ke ebufakazini bakhe bokuqala ukuthi umuntu owadepositela imali kwaba uye uMiss Kelly Khumalo.
Yes, wayengekwazi usenzo because the day babezodlala Saturday.
Yes, Senzo would not be able to do it because they were going to play on that day.
Don't be long, Mr. Madlala. If
Ungabe
the
long.
answer is yes, just say yes. The
Uma
person who
impendulo ukuthi
deposited
yebo.
money for you to come to Joburg, it was Miss Kelly Khumalo. Yes.
Umuntu wakufakela imali yokuthi uze la eGoli kwaba uMiss Kelly Khumalo kunjalo.
Angazi ngizophendula kanjani because mayiqala lento ngifonela usenzo. So ngazi ukuthi yonke le nto iphuma kuyena ukuthi ifaka ubani kanjani angihlangene
I don't know how to answer you on that though.
because
Because
really sengikushilo.
all these things started with Senzo, you know, being involved in it. I understand that it was Senzo that have arranged that I should come, and as to who actually had the opportunity to go and deposit, that is something that I cannot really understand.
Was it not your evidence during examination in chief that the person who deposited money for you to come to Joburg was Miss Kelly Khumalo?
Akusibona ubufakazi bakho ukuthi umuntu owafaka imali yokuthi wena uze kwaba uKelly Khumalo.
Ngikushilo lokho.
I did say so.
Okay, are you changing it?
We have changed
So
our
you're
mind.
speaking-
Ayintela ngizoyishintsha advocate.
There is nothing that is contained in here which I will change.
So
I
you
will
agree
never
with
change
me
it.
that another offer that was given to you by Miss Kelly Khumalo is the money that she deposited to you in order to come to
I think, with respect, I think counsel is misunderstanding the witness. The witness did say he was in communication with the deceased, and the deceased inquired as to whether he received the money, and the money then reflected, and the deceased then phoned him thereafter. And the witness has said he's been under the impression that it's the deceased who arranged that.
Yes, that's how I understood the evidence.
Thank you, my lord. But the person who did the actual deposit was Kelly.
Whose money was it? That's the point. Whose money was it, as far as you are concerned?
Eyasenzo. Eyasenzo.
It was Senzo's money.
Let's make some progress, please.
Okay, when you arrived inside the house at the Kumalos homestead now. You testified that you consumed some alcohol. Am I correct? Is that your evidence?
Khumalo uye wafakaza ukuthi nena phuza utshwala kwani beniphuza utshwala.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
And it is also evidence that you only drank 2.
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi
Did you say 2 or 3?
waphuza 2 noma 3.
So let's start ngathi lalingakapheli ya.
I did not finish the third one.
Okay. I'm going to show you the pictures of the evidence that was recovered by the police at the crime scene. And that evidence was taken into photo albums. And it's the evidence before this court as the only cans that were recovered inside the house.
Ngizokubonisa ke isithombe sengxenye zofakazi ezathola amaphoyisa uma amaphoyisa efika lapha kanti ke kwenziwa ke izithombe ngalezo ngxenye zofakazi.
Yebo.
Yibona kuphela ke ubufakazi mayelana ke nokuthi kwathola khona lapha endlini. Yibona ke ubufakazi obukhona.
Is it also evidence that all of you were inside the house were consuming alcohol?
Ubufakazi bakho
Or it was
ukuthi
only you?
nonke bensendlini beniphuza utshwala nonke bensendlini.
No, I don't think umntwana angaphuza utshwala. I don't think umakhelwa engaphuzi nabantwana babengaphuzi.
No. I do not think that a child would have consumed liquor, and Mrs. Kelly Khumalo or Mrs. Kelly Khumalo Senior, she also was not drinking liquor.
Okay. Then tell us who were drinking.
Oh, bana bephuza utshwala.
It was yourself?
Bekuwena.
Zandi,
Was myself.
Kelly, Senzo, Mthobo.
Myself, Zandi, Kelly, Senzo, and Togo.
Okay. Excluding, except for the mother and the child.
Ngaphandle ke bomama
Ninga,
nengane.
yes.
That is correct.
So the cans that you had consumed will be more than the 2 that are depicted there. Am I correct?
Ushuthi ke amakheno waphuzile andlula lawa abonakala
I mean all of you,
Should nina nonke.
out of all the people who were drinking inside the
nina
house.
nonke ke beniphuza lapha.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so, yes.
So in other words, the amount of cans that are depicted in that picture does not reflect the correct amount of cans you had consumed, all of you inside the house.
Ushuthi ngamanye amazwi lokho kubonakala lapha ke akubonisi ke isithombe esiphelele o esimayelana ke notshwalo enaphuza ninonke bonke lobo butshwala.
Yebo uqinisile akubonisi lokho and akubonisi futhi lokho sababu sefridge. Akubonisi futhi noba sebulahliwa sebu-empty.
Yes, you're definitely right. It doesn't show even the liquor that was in the fridge, and as well as those that had already been discarded. It doesn't show. You are correct.
Is there anyone who will clean up, remove the empty cans as you were continuing drinking?
Ngabe khona umuntu obeloko esusa ke amakhena empty manje lokuqhubeka naniphuza.
Ngiyacabanga kunjalo because sasingangikaze ahlale la ama-cans phambi kwakho because enza ne-number. I don't think ayizohlala la phambi kwethu kanjalo.
I think it was so.
Because nokulandwa futhi ekitchen ayilandwa umuntu sasingabe siyilandela thina ayilandwa umuntu asilethile.
I think it was so. We couldn't just keep the empty cans there. And even going to the kitchen to get the liquor, it wasn't ourselves that would go and fetch the liquor from the kitchen. Somebody was bringing the liquor to us.
Okay, to be specific, did you see anyone removing cans?
Ethi ngisho kanjalo uke wabona umuntu esusa amakheni lapho?
Cha.
No.
Up to the time when you left to the hospital?
Nize nihambe ke niye esibhedlela.
Yebo.
Yes.
And at the time, by the time when you left to the hospital, there is no one who cleaned the floor inside the lounge.
Ukufika leso sikhathi senihamba niye esibhedlela akekho umuntu oke waklina khona lapha yana phansi
Where you had been sitting before the incident.
ngase lounge. Ngabe niloko nihleli khona phambi kokuthi kwenzakala lesigameko.
Anginayo impendulo yalapho because thina saphuthumisa usenzo and then ukuthi kwenzakalani after sambile angeke ngakwazi lokho.
I do not have the surety of that because we rushed Senzo to the hospital. As to what happened after we had left, no, I do not have any knowledge of
No,
that.
my question is, before you left to the
Mina
hospital,
umbuzo wami ukuthi angokuba nihambe niye esibhedlela.
Did you see
But
if there is anyone, try to recall, did you see if there is anyone who cleaned the floor?
Kugabe angokubanjwa
At the
hamba
lounge.
nesibhedlela.
hayi anginotisanga lokho.
I did not notice that.
Okay. You furthermore, when you were during cross-examination by one of the defense counsel, you said how possible that Ngashe would have chased, followed the suspect. What is it that they were carrying? Do you remember that answer that you gave? Yeah.
Bebephethe ini onqashe mabagijimisa. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, just correct me if I'm putting it the other
Uma
way
ngabe
around.
mhlamba ngiyibeke kahle ke ukwazi
Okay.
ungiqondise. Yes, yes.
Do you remember that?
Uyakhumbula lokho?
Yes, ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I remember that.
So in other words, you were saying how would Ngashes be able to trace an armed person when they were not armed? Am I
Ngamanye
correct?
amazwi lokho bokusho ukuthi bebengagijimisa kanjani umuntu ophethe isikhali kuyena kodwa bona ke bengaphethe isikhali. Ilokho mhlawumbe uqondo kusho.
Ngibuza ukuthi babephetheni.
I only asked what were they in possession of.
Why did you ask that question?
Yingani uyowabuza lo mbuzo?
Ngibuzisa ukuthi kunzima ukuthi ungajaha umuntu ophethe isibhamu ungaphethe lutho.
I'm asking that question because it is difficult for you to chase a person who is in possession of the firearm and you are not even in possession of any weapon.
If it's difficult for a person to chase someone who is armed, and when that person is not armed, how come Longwetwane was able to push an armed person and run away?
Manje ke uyakusho lokho ukuthi kunzima ukuthi umuntu angagijimisa umuntu ophethe isibhamu yena engaphethe lutho kuyena. Kuze kanjani ke ukuthi uLongwethwala aphushe lo muntu obephethe isibhamu kodwa kungukuthi uLongwethwala yena ubengaphethe isikhali kuyena.
And also secondly, before you answer, just hang in there if the court allows me. How come also the people who were not armed inside the house were able to attack the alleged intruder having a fire?
Manje nabo labo bantu abangasendlini abebengaphethe lutho kuze kanjani ukuthi ke bona bayeke bahlasele umuntu okanye baphushe umuntu ephethe isikhali bona ukuthi bengaphethe lutho.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa ke siqale ngalokho kwalonga nje.
Yes, I hear you. Let's
Lokho
start
kwalonga
with
ngifana nawe nami advocate. Nami ngisazibuza la namhlanje
well,
ukuthi wayenza kanjani leyo nto. Ngiyafana nawe nami.
I'm just like you on that one. As for how he did it, I'm still asking myself that question. How did Longwe do that?
But it's impossible for a person who is not armed to push someone who is armed, approach and push someone who is armed.
Akhonakala ukuthi umuntu ongaphethe lutho kuyena aphushe umuntu ophethe isikhali kuyena.
Ngiyajabulela ke lo part ngoba lo muntu akashoni usakhona. Kufanele eze la azophendula yonke into ukuthi wayenza kanjani yena.
You see, I like that part because the person to whom this refers is still alive. He's not dead. He can come and answer for himself.
Don't worry about that person. He's coming. I'm asking now, it's your turn to answer your question. You had said-
lo muntu uzoza. Isikhathi sakho ithuba lakho le ukuthi wena ukwazi ukuphendulayo.
You had said-
Phendulela yena.
I can-
Ngikwazi mawuthi umphusha kanjani but mawusuthi futhi liyeza ithuba lakhe wena impela fa ubuze yena. Hayi uDumile.
No, I cannot answer for him. I cannot answer for him. If you ask me how was he able to push him, and yet you are asking that to me, you should ask that to him and not to Tumelo.
I'm asking from what we have said in this court.
Ngikubuza nginqe kuloko okukhulumile la enkantolo wena.
And I'm asking your understanding to what we have said to this court to say it would have been difficult for Ngashe to follow and chase armed suspects. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Lokho wena okushilo ukuthi kuyoba nzima ukuthi unqashe agijimisa okanye onqashe bagijimisa kanjani ke abantu abaphethe ikhali bona bengaphethe.
So in other words, I am saying it would also have been difficult for Longwe to approach an armed person,
Ngalo
same as Ngashe's.
wona lowo mqondo bese ngizalana ke kulongwe ngithi nakulongwe ke bekuzoba nzima ukuthi azophusha umuntu ophethe isikhali kuyena kungukuthi yena ke bengaphethe lutho.
100% right.
You
Aphinde
are
akhuluma
100%
okwesibili.
right.
As a court prisoner, the witness says it happened, as to, now why should he now cast his mind back and say it would have been difficult? I don't think it's a fair question. Maybe my learned friend can leave it for argument.
Thank you, my lord. If my learned friend is giving the answer on behalf of the witness, I take it, my lord, and I accept it. It's more clear. It's more clear now. The answer is clear. That's what I wanted. Thank you, my lord.
Kanti anginayo inkinga ukuphendula advocate. Ngirelaxe kakhulu ukuyazi nesikhathi sonke anginayo inkinga. Ngingabona ngathi ngiyaphenke ngivele ngithule nangoma but ngiyakwazi ukuziphendulela.
If you knew, I'm so well relaxed. I'm able to answer for myself.
But
Even
into
myself, I
engayicela
can answer.
ka-advocate.
Mr. Madlala.
Angibuzi kakhulu ngey'statement zabantu.
Mr. Madlala.
Uzobuza ama-questions.
Mr. Madlala,
Yes.
please behave yourself.
Are we part of
Behave yourself.
Ngokunjalo nawe advocate.
Mr.
Even yourself,
Baloyi
advocate.
is representing the state. He has raised an objection to the court. We are dealing with the objection, which we have nothing to say about it.
Yabona ke obabaloyi khona nje ukhathazeka ukuthize akuphakamisile okanye isiphakamiso asilethela enkantolo ke okwamanje sibhekene leso siphakamiso esiqhamuka ngapha ke kubabaloyi ke
Ngiyakuzwa.
Do you understand that? Yes.
Ngiyakuzwa lo.
Yes.
But hayi ukuthi mhlambe ngiyaphendulela. Mina ngeke ukuziphendulela. Ngiyaziphendulela mina advocate.
It's not that I cannot answer for myself.
Yes.
I can answer for myself. Just relax, advocate.
If there is an objection, Mr. Madlala, you wait and you keep quiet.
Yabona uma ngabe khona ukuthize okukhathaza omnye wa abameli lana wena uthi ukulinda kancane ukuze inkantolo ikwazi ukuqhubekisa ke yazakala wena ke awukhuluma.
Yes. Until I ask you a question, then you will then answer.
Ufikela ke leso sikhathi ke ngikubuza umbuzo kanye ubuzwa imibuzo kulapho ke uzokwazi ukuthi wena uphendule. Yazakala?
Yes, Mr. Mroy.
Next question.
I just want to point out that this evidence that is on record, my lord. No one is answering on his behalf. This is evidence that is on record.
Okay.
No problem, my lord. I will argue at the end of the state of the case, my lord. Can I just proceed, my lord?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's now get inside the house, Mr. Madlala. Please listen carefully.
Lalela kahle ke bamadlala. Singena endlini ke manje.
And think before you answer, Mr. Madlala.
Cabange angoba uzophendula.
I know this thing took place.
Ungitshela ukuthi angicabange before ngiphendule. Angithi wena uyabuza ngiyaphendula. So
Mr.
must
Mroy,
ngiphendule
sorry,
kanjani?
hello.
Out.
Why do you want to argue with the witness? He must think before he answers.
How?
He's been answering. How many days have you been on the box?
Unensuku engakho
Kuloko
lokuza.
ngina
He's been here for about 3-4 days.
Yes.
He must have been
About
thinking
3
at some
days.
stage, please. Just respect the witness also.
straight.
Yeah,
As the
let
court
her
is-
respect me.
As the court pleases.
Uh,
Can you just try to recall
Asizama
time-
ukuphendula.
at the time of the shooting incident now,
Ngaleso
inside
sikhathi
the
ke,
house?
Kwenza leso
You
sikhathi
understand?
lokudubula endlini ne?
Yes.
Yes.
It is your evidence that after the first gunshot was fired, you ran away.
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi emva kokuthi isibhamu sichule kokuqala wasuyabaleka.
Yebo kunjani?
Yes, it is so.
Did you see if there is anyone who also ran out of the spot where the shot was fired, be it in the kitchen passage where the shot was fired? Do you recall if there is anyone else who ran out of that space?
Yabona
Other
lesi
than
space,
you.
Bona la bekwenzakala khona ke lento ukuthi uphuma isibhamu uyabaleka wena. Uye wabona ukuthi khona omunye wabaleka yini. Mhlambe ukusuka ekitchen uyabaleka usuka edining room uyabaleka khona lapha epassage. Kodwa ke oke wabaleka nje.
No, akekho ongambona ukuthi wabaleka washona kuphi. Akekho.
No, there isn't any person that I had witnessed running and they fled to where that I did not witness.
Okay. You did not see Zandi running into the bathroom?
Azange ubone uZandi ebalekela ngase-bathroom.
Akekho engambona washona ngakuphi even nosenjwa ngithi agcina la kitchen kodwa mase ngiphuma esese dining.
There's no
Akekho
one that
engambona.
I had witnessed that they ran to where, even Senzo himself. Only when I came out of the bedroom, I found him lying on the floor.
Okay, but in this case, I'm just being specific, Mr. Madlala. If you did see Zandi running into the bathroom,
Yabona lana ke sesikhuluma ke ngendlela eyikhethile sibuza ngomuntu okuwuZandi. Uye wambona yini uZandi egijima ebaleka?
Angazi noma mina engirong yini la because mangithi akekho engambona. Manje masuthi angichaze futhi advocate angi-understand ukuthi
I don't know whether-
akekho ngambona into ayapi.
Am I the person that is having a problem here? If I say that there isn't a person that I saw running and ending up to where, I don't know.
no, I was trying to be specific to say I'm not asking generally about other person now. I was being specific to say Zandi.
Yilokho engikushoyo ukuthi manje sengikhuluma ngoZandi ngamanye amazwi. Uye wambona uZandi egijima ebaleka.
Akekho umuntu engambona into ayapi kubantu ababesendlini.
There isn't any person that I had seen running and ending to whatever point
Okay.
of the people that were inside of the house.
Before the shot was fired, did you see Ms. Kelly Khumalo running away of the lounge area?
Angokuba ke isibhamu sichume uye wambona ulokho njani uMiss Kelly Khumalo ebaleka esuka ngase launch.
Cha.
No, I did not.
Okay. Now let's come in now to the alleged first intruder.
Asize kulona ke ulalele sesiza kulowo qala owangena okanye umngeneleli wokuqala.
Yebo.
Yes.
Is it your evidence that he was wearing a hat?
Uthi ubufakazi bakho ukuthi ubegqoke isigqoko.
Yebo
Am I
kunjalo.
correct?
Yebo.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe that hat for me, just for me? The hat that you saw,
Ungakwazi ke ukuthi unginikeze nje isithombe
worn by the
umfanekiso
first
waleso
intruder.
waleso sigqoko ukuthi sasibukeka kanjani leso sigqoko.
Lesisikotshi esincane isikotshi.
It was a fine check
And kuyisigqoko.
pattern on it.
Yabo le sigqoko mosibamba la ngathi sibaqama mosibamba la le sigqoko ezibanjwa. Lezi ngathi siqinile akusizo lezi ezithambile. Angazi uzichazela kanjani.
This is a hat.
Akusizo lezi endwa nje ezithambile lezi okwazi ukusifonyoza sifonyoke yabo.
It wasn't one of those softer pinch or crown. It was a harder pinch and crown. Not just that, the lighter and softer ones on touch.
So in other words, you can't give any significant description of that hat, other than giving the explanation, the description that it was a small scotch with a brim, as you are saying.
The witness spoke about the pinch and the crown and not the brim.
Other than that, you can't give any significant
Ngaphandle kwalokho
features of
ukuthi
that hat.
kwisikotshi nokuthi ke lesesiqinile lokho kushilo okunye akukho okunye ungakhuluma ngakho.
Angicabanga ukuthi sikhona la ikhodi lena sethombeni angamntu singavezwa makuthi wazethu ufuna ukusibona.
I think that picture is within the records here, or it is within the files in this honorable court, and perhaps we can refer to that if the advocate would want to see it.
No, don't worry about the picture. I just wanted to see if you are able to give a full description of that
Asiyekele
hat.
umfanekiso esinawo la kula mafile wasecourt. Ngifuna nje okuqhamuka kuwe ukuthi uyakwazi yini ukuphana ngencazelo yaso sona leso sigqoko. Yes, yes.
Did you have, or were you wearing any hat at that particular time, you yourself, at the time of the shooting?
Ubufaka isigqoko wena?
No.
No.
Okay. Correct me, am I if I'm wrong, you said at the time of the shooting incident, at the time when the first shot was fired, the second intruder was leaning against the door facing the house. Am I correct?
Makuzochuma ke isibhamu kokuqala. Uthi lona umngeneleli wesibili ube ncike nje ngomnyango ebheke ngasekitchen okanye ngaphakathi endlini. Sho njalo.
Mawungena ngomnyango beka right. Ngomnyango ebeface engaphakathi endlini.
Yes, when you get into the house, he was just on the right-hand side of the door, and yes, he was facing the house.
Okay, yeah, that's what I want to confirm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you see who fired that first shot?
Uye wabona ukuthi ubani owaqinisa ke isibhamu kokuqala?
Cha ngibonanga.
I did not see that.
Okay. And immediately you became deaf and you ran away.
Manje ngaleso sikhathi kwavaleka amadlebe wasuyabaleka.
Yebo kunjani.
Yes, it is indeed so.
Okay. How many people did you leave inside that area? Was it Miss Kelly Khumalo, Makhumalo Zandi, am I correct?
Abawungakho abantu abashiya wena mubaleka. Kelly Khumalo, uZandi Khumalo, uMakhumalo,
Senzo
and Senzo,
nabantu boyithu.
and those two intruders.
Okay, do you recall if Mtogozis was still there? Or he had ran out also
Uyakhumbula ukuthi
after
ngaleso
the
sikhathi
first shot was fired?
uyakhumbula ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi ke umthoko yena ube khona khona lapho kulabo bantu emva kokuthi iqhuma isibhamu kokuqala. Uyakhumbula?
Engikwazi ukuthi umuntu wasuma late angisakhumbuli kodwa ukuthi wayekuphi kodwa uyena umuntu wasuma ukugcina edanini because mangisukuma nami wayesasakhona umuntu kula edanini.
Now, what I can recall is that he was the last person to have stood up, because at the time that I stood up, Mtogo was still in the dining or the lounge area.
Okay,
That
no,
is what I can recall.
I'm asking now, after the first shot was fired, did you see Mtogo running out of the house? Or running into the bedroom?
Siqhume isibhamu kokuqala. Uke wambona umthoko mhlambe ebaleka ephuma endlini okanye eya bedroom. Uke wambona nje ebaleka umthoko.
No angimbonanga.
Okay.
No, I did not see him.
But wayesengaphakathi iqhuma isibhamu wangaphumi endlini.
At the time of the gun going off, he was still inside of the house. That I am sure.
After you had ran into the bedroom now, did you hear any shots being fired?
Emva ukuthi ugijimele ngase bedroom wena uye wezwa isibhamu siqhuma futhi.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi isibhamu masiqhuma ukuqala kwaba nomsindo wenzeke emadlebeni nami. Lazi nginovalo okunye nokunye ngingasala ngase ngifuna ukuphuma ngaphandle la ngoba ngazi ngaye ewindini ngithi ngifuna ukuphuma ngingathi namabhaki.
As I've already indicated that after the gun went off for the first time, my ears were deafened, and also I was frightened during that time, and there is the ringing sound that I heard in my ears, and all that I needed to relieve myself from is that area. I wanted to exit the house. It is for that reason that I went into the bedroom, ran into the bedroom, and I wanted to exit the house through the window. That is when I realized that there were the butler guards on the window.
Okay, so will I be understanding you correct to say you did not hear any subsequent shot gun being fired?
Ngabe ngizobe ngiqinisileke mangithi azange kuphinde uzwe isibhamu siphinde sikhale futhi.
Yes, ungasho kanjani.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say
And
so.
also, when the shot was fired inside the lounge passage, wherever there was shot, that wherever the place it is, you did not see who shot the deceased.
Uma ke isibhamu siqhuma khona laphana kwi-lounge okanye khona lapho epassage, wena ke awuzange ubone ukuthi ngubani owadubula umufi.
Yebo ngibona ngabe kade ngamkhomba.
Yes, I didn't see who shot the deceased. I would have pointed that person out.
Umuntu wangena nesibhamu lo wama-threat.
Now, the person, however, that came in with the firearm is the one that was having dreadlocks.
Yes.
And the deceased was shot when there was Miss Kelly Khumalo, there was Zandi, there was Makhumalo.
Umufi wadutshulwa ngekhathi kukhona uKelly Khumalo, uZandi no Mam Khumalo.
angeke advocate qhubeka ubalo kaqedi ukubala.
No, you
Abantu abambalwa
can,
awaqedi
you can
ukubala.
continue to list people. Why do you just only list a few people?
Naye lo mfethu wayekhona ekhishini maqhuma isibhamu nobhulu
We are not allowed
And
to do
this,
that.
and this brother of mine, he was also there at the time the firearm went off.
Sorry?
I'm asking you a question. I am saying, when the deceased was shot, there was Miss Makumalo, there was Miss Sandy Kumalo, there was Miss Kaylee Kumalo. That's the question that I'm asking to you. Nothing else.
Kwakhona ke umam Khumalo Miss Kelly Khumalo no Miss Zandi Khumalo ngenkathi umufethu Juba.
Ufuna ukungiphendulisa into engeke phela ngeke ngiphendule umbuzo onjalo because obviously nje ubuza khona ngathi une-answer. Mina engine-answer yalokho. So masubala ngathi bukhona uyangididisa.
Now you are confusing me. You want me to answer the way that you want me to answer.
Let's move
and
on.
I'm the one that is
I
I am the one that is giving you the answers. Now you're speaking as though you were there also to witness this.
Let's move
No,
on, Mr.
advocate, no.
Let's move on, Ms. Madlala.
Khona then ngiphendule.
Ask me who all was there. Let me answer you.
Because mina bengisendlini.
Because I'm the one that was in there.
I've passed that question. Can I ask another question?
Ngabuza omunye umbuzo.
Okay.
You are free.
Mr. Ngasha's evidence is that he saw a person against the window who was wearing a white t-shirt when the scuffle took place. You
Usho
understand
njalo
that?
uNqashe usho njalo ukuthi uye wabona umuntu weskipa esimhlophe ngenkathi kwenzakala lento.
And,
Yes, I understand.
and it is your evidence that the person who was wearing a white t-shirt inside the house was the deceased only.
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi umuntu befaka iskipa esimhlophe ngasendlini umufi phela.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it correct, Mr. Madlala, that at the time when you looked at the person whom you have identified as the first suspect and the second suspect, you had consumed alcohol and you were frightened at that time after seeing the firearm being produced by the first so alleged intruder?
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi lo muntu wangena kuqala lapha endlini ephethe isibhamu ubusuphuzile utshwala futhi ke ubuthukile ngenxa ukuthi ubone uphethe isibhamu lo muntu njengoba engena ke lo kuqala.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I can hear that.
And it is also evidence, Mr. Madlala, that the incident happened so fast.
Ngabe ubufakazi bakho ukuthi leso sigaba senzeka ngokusheshsha.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Will you agree with me that you did not have sorry, madam, can I just rephrase that question? You said it's your evidence that the first intruder, demanded the cell phone and money in Zulu language.
Usho kanjalo ukuthi lo umngeneli wokuqala wafika endlini wazofuna imali nama cell phone ekhuluma isiZulu. Usho kanjalo.
100% right.
100% right.
Did he say anything else other than demanding cell phone and money?
Ngakhona okunye okuthize akhuluma ngaphandle ukuthi afune ama cell phone nemali.
Hayi ngabe ngiyamsukela akukho kunye kukhuluma.
No, there isn't any other thing that I would be wrongly implicating him.
He never said futsek.
Azange athi futhi.
Angizwanga ngisho njalo.
I didn't hear him say that.
But wamafoni imali khona ingakusho.
But as far as phones and money, there's something that I heard to that effect.
Okay. At what stage, if you know, did Longwe Twala come back at any stage? Back to the house?
Uma ngabe uyazi uLongwe Thwala waphindela futhi endlini nini?
Mina ngimbonanga lo ngithala angifuni noma mhlawumbe ngoba uphatha ngimbonanga even nasesibhedlela ngimbonanga.
No, I did not see Longwe
But
Thwala.
angisho lokuthi akazi but mina ngimbonanga.
I am not saying that he did not return. Even at the hospital, I didn't see him.
Okay. Outside, when you were carrying the deceased to the house, did you see his car outside the premises?
Mase sengaphandle ke niqhubulele umufi nimsemotweni. Uye wambona wabona imoto yakhe.
Angiyibonanga and imoto phela lekufika kube yasenzo ngaphambili kube yakhe. ngemuva irape. So mase kuthatha usenze yahlehla le. But angizange mase siphuma nje ayingekho imoto yakhe la around la iginga segate.
Manpum.
Yeah, mase siphuma sami usenze ayingekho. Angiyibonanga.
Okay. At the time that we were now driving or taking Senzo to the hospital, I didn't see his vehicle. His vehicle would be parked behind Senzo's vehicle, and that was a red Polo. But at the time that we were now driving or transporting Senzo, I did not see that vehicle.
And obviously you wouldn't know where he had ran into.
Futhi ngiyakwazi ukuthi wabalekela kuphi.
Yebo kunjani.
It is indeed so.
Did you see Mr. Chikotwala at the hospital?
Ubaba Chikotwala wambona esibhedlela yena?
Angikaze ngimbone.
I did not see him at the hospital.
Let's go back a little. Okay, sorry, my lord, can I just rephrase? Do you know what happened to the deceased cell phone during the robbery incident?
Uyakwazi ukuthi kwenzakalani nge-cellphone kamufi ngenkathi ke kuphangwa khona lapha endlini?
Engabe ngidlala ngawo advocate engakuzwa nje ukuthi itholakala ngaphansi kwamakhabethe ekitchen.
Then I would you know, I would be lying to you. All I know is that it was found somewhere under the cabinet, the kitchen cabinets.
Okay, but also do you know who kept the deceased cell phone from the incident and on the following day, subsequent to the incident?
Nokuthi uyakwazi ukuthi ngubani umuntu obephethe i-cellphone kamufi ukusuka ngalolo suku lesigameko ufika ngakulela langa elilandelayo.
Obviously ngabo yena okay because wena mangani yakhe I don't think apart from
Obviously, it would be Ms. Kelly Kumalo because she is the mother of his child. I do not think that it could have been in possession of any other person.
Yes.
No, okay, so it would have been with Ms. Kumalo,
Ibe
Kelly Kumalo.
Yes.
kungenzeka, yes.
Just to go back a little bit, I left one question, sorry my lord. Inside the shooting incident, is it your evidence that you also attacked the suspect or you did not attack the suspect?
Ubufakazi bakho ke ilobo khona lapha makudubuleka. Now uyasho ukuthi wamhlasela kanje wamlwisa lo
Let me clarify the first one.
kakhulukazi lo wokuqala.
Yes, ngasukuma kona even ngingamshayanga. Ngasukuma kona but ngaya kwephala ngizange ngimshaye.
Yes, I also stood up even though I did not assault him. But I stood up. Why are we?
Yes.
I stood up and accosted him, even though I did not assault him.
Was there a stage wherein you and Ms. Zandi Kumalo assaulted or attacked the second intruder?
Khona isikhathi la uZandi Kumalo bashaya lo wesibili.
Zandi and Mr. Madlala.
O wena no Zandi nayo shaya ulo kunjani lo wesibili.
Ayangikhumbula umuntu wesibili nje ngikhumbula kuyimi noSenzo ayikena ngikhumbula lo muntu.
The second person that I remember it was myself. It was Senzo. It was myself and Senzo that were against the second intruder.
Do you remember if the second intruder was in possession of any weapon?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi lona wesibili ubephethe isikali kuyena nomakha?
Angibonanga ukuthi wayephetheni.
I did not notice what he was in possession of.
Ngabona nje uSenzo nimbambele isandla ngizandla zombili isandla saka right.
I saw Senzo grabbing his upper arm, his right upper arm, with both of his hands.
Okay, but in that upper arm that you saw, you did not see any weapon?
Azange ubone is card. Yes, I did not.
Okay, and also on the other hand, you did not see any weapon?
Yes.
Yes.
So in other words, that person was not armed?
Ngamanye amazwi lo muntu ubengaphethe isikali kuyena.
Angishongo kanjalo ngithe angibonanga.
I said that personally I did not see him in possession of the firearm.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, of the weapon, sorry.
No, it's fine, no problem, Mr. Madlala. Let's move on. And you also again testified that you were able to identify the second person
Yes.
who was leaning against the wall.
Yes,
Yebo kunjani?
it is indeed so.
Can you tell this court about any distinctive features that you saw of this person?
Akutshela inkantolo ke izimpawu nje ezazikhethile ngalomlisa ombonile.
I know his head was covered because he had a hoodie.
Yeah, engikwaziyo ukuthi ikhanda lakhe lona-ke lalemboziwe ngoba phela-ke ubefake ihood.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngiyachaza lokho izolo ngisazokuchaza futhi namhlanje.
I think I did explain that yesterday, and I am still going to explain that today.
Okay.
Ukuthi mude wayedake enentshebe eround nala.
That he was
Khathini
tall,
nentshebe yakhe. Right around besiba nelokhuzana nala.
that he was tall, darker in complexion, and that he had a round beard that was trimmed around the mouth to the chin as well, and that there was a little beard just underneath the lower lip.
So the description we have given right now, it means those are the description that you can only find from that person. No one else can have those features, yes.
Lezo impawu yizo zodwa-ke okwazile wena ukuthi uyibone ukuze uphane ngencazelo yazo.
In other words, I'm sorry, Madam, can you just unpack?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam. In other words, the description that we have given, there is no other person who could have had such description other than the second intruder.
Ngamanye amazwi-ke lezo mpawu uphane ngazo impawu efanele lo mngeneli wesibili phela, akekho omunye ongafanelwe lezo mpawu wena ophane ngazo.
There's no possibility.
Akukhonakala.
Angazi ukuthi ngizophendula kanjani. Mina ngijabule kabi ngoba ngikwazile ukuphinde ngimbone kanje.
I don't know how am I going
Bona
to
ke vele
answer that.
kwangijabulisa kakhulu ukumbona kanje la ecourt.
I am so happy that I was able to see him again, because when I saw him in court, I was able to see that this is the very person.
I understand that, Mr. Madlala. You know what, Mr. Madlala, the reason why I'm asking the distinctive features of this person, it's because a person can be mistaken with identity for now and in 20 years and in 100 years. You understand?
Yabona ngibuza kanjena ngoba phela-ke umuntu ngaze nje ahlangahlanganiswe nomunye, uyabona, la manje masikhuluma ngayo unje emva kwe-20 years 100 years kukhona nje lento ukuthi ungaze udideke ukuthi ukhomba umuntu okungeyena obufanele ukuthi umkhombe.
You understand?
Awuqinisile ukuthi kungenzeka lokho.
Yes.
But amehlo wami ngemanje hayi ngeke wadide ngiyambona kahle impela.
Yes, it is
Now
true.
yes.
It is true what you are saying.
Ngimbona kahle impela.
However, right now, you cannot confuse my eyes.
Engisukele ngani umuntu.
I can see him right now. I see him, and even he himself knows that.
Yes.
I cannot wrongly implicate another person.
Okay. So can you now answer my question to say, is there a possibility that someone else could have the same features, could cut or trim the beard as we have explained?
Ungavumelana nami ukuthi kukhona umunye umuntu ongakwazi naye-ke ukuthi akhathe amadengu ngaleyo ndlela njengoba uye waphana ngomfanekiso wakho.
Yes, kungaba njalo.
Yes, it may be possible.
Kungaba njalo.
It may be possible.
After the shooting incident, Mr. Madlala, did you have a cell phone with you?
Emva kokuthi kube nalesi sigameko sokudutshulwa, ubune cellphone yakho?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you call the police?
Uye wafonela amaphoyisa?
Angikaze ngiwafonele. Empilweni yami nje angaze ngilifonele iphoyisa.
I've never phone called the police, and in my entire life I've never phone called the police.
Okay. Just to report the incident that your friend has been shot.
Ukusho nje ukuthi umngani wami usedutshuliwe.
Okwafika kuqala lethwa ngafonela ubhuti wakhe.
What came first?
Ngaphinde ngafonela nomuntu angithandana ngaso isikhathi ngafonela abantu basekhaya. So lokho kumina ngikwakusho something.
Now, what came first was for me to phone call his brother.
Yes.
I subsequently phone called the person that I was in a love relationship with, and my family members at home.
I'm still coming there, Mr. Madlala. But
This is
here,
enough.
for now, I'm saying, did you call the police to report the incident that my friend has been shot here? Yes or no? If you did not, just say no, you did not. And there is no harm.
Uma ngabe azange kwenze lokho, ngisho nje ukuthi azange kwenze lokho akukho ku
Ya ngiyakuzwa advocate akukho vele okubi kuloko akulekho iphutha because umuntu kuleyo situation angeke ucabange straight uthi hayi awuthi ngithi manje ngifunele lo usukuthukile nawe ufonela lo ufika kuqala emqondweni wakho.
yes
So angizange wafonela amaphoyisa.
I understand, advocate. There isn't any error that one would have committed there. Because when a person is under such a circumstance, you are under shock as well. You cannot, in a relaxed manner, say that now I'm going to phone call this one. And yes, I agree with you on that one. I did not phone call them.
And the ambulance?
The ambulance, you're not, why visa, why phone number?
Angiyazi nani number yayo ngoba
I
ngihlala nawe.
don't- I
Angiyazi
believe,
nani number yayo.
and I don't even know the ambulance number.
The family, I understand that the deceased was a friend to you.
Yes.
Ngizwe ukuthi umufi wawumngani wakhe, yes.
Did you know his family?
Kanti umndeni wakhe ubuwazi.
Yebo ngiyawazi.
Yes, I know his family.
Did you have the number of any of the deceased relatives?
Ubunayo ke inumber, cell phone number mhlawumbe okanye inumber nje yokufa.
Advocate uyangididisa manje. Ngiqeda kumtshela manje ukuthi ngafonela umfowabo Senzo Sifiso. So
You're confusing
leyo nto ungibuyisele emuva manje.
You are confusing me now, advocate. I've just said that I phone called his brother Sipho.
Okay, so
Now
if
you're taking me back now. I've already said it.
I did not hear that, that's why I'm asking. Did you have
Okay.
that number?
Ubunayo leyo number yakhe?
Yebo benginayo.
Yes, I had his number.
The parents, did you have the number for the parents for
Abazali,
your friend?
Cha benginawo.
I did not have the numbers for the deceased's parents.
And what is the number of the deceased family relative that you, what is the name of the deceased relative that you call?
Lo okuyingxenye kamufi
Usifiso Stanley Meyiwa.
igama lakhe. It was Sipho Stanley Meyiwa. Sipho Stanley Meyiwa.
Okay. At what time did you call him?
Wamfonela ubani?
Or maybe at what stage, even if it cannot be specific to say at 11 or at 2, but at what stage?
Nanoma
In that-
ungakwazi ke ukuthi usho ukuthi bekuyisikhathi esinjeni.
Did you call him the same
Ungasho nje
month?
ukuthi isigameko masiloko ke senzakala wamfonela nini? Bekwenzakala ini fonela?
Ngamfonela after kwenzeke leyo nto. After kwenzeke leyo incident leyo kaSenzo.
Khona la endlini. Witness reminded of the oath, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Madlala, just one more question inside the house.
Uma siphindela futhi endlini, khona umbuzo nje owodwa engithanda ukubuza wona. All right.
If you can be able to tell or just estimate the height, I want the difference between, if you can describe the height of the deceased and the height of the person you saw carrying a firearm.
Uma mhlawumbe ungakwazi ke ukusinikeza nje i-height ubude bomufi nobude bakalona ombone ephethe isibhamu.
If you can still recall. If you can't, there is no problem.
Mangabe usakhumbula. Mangabe usakhumbula ngisakhumbula. That is going to be difficult for me. I'm not going to be able to explain that.
Okay. But Senzo, the deceased was a short, was tall, was not a short person.
Senzo, he wasn't tall.
Mr. Madlala, there is a letter, my lord, in terms of Exhibit Q, from the Director of Public Prosecutions in Recounting, referring to the Force Lawyers Case 375/1 of 2019. That letter confirms the docket that was opened against you, as well as all other people who were inside the house.
Yabona ke kukhona ke ilokho njani docket okanye incwadi qinisekisa ke ukuthi khona idocket evuliwe maqondana nawe nabanye abantu abebekhona endlini eqhamuka kuyo ke i-DPP Recounting ye case number leyo 67501 eka 2019. Yakuzwa no? Yes, I hear that.
This docket, this letter confirms that, and also in paragraph 3 of this letter, I'm going to read that paragraph 3. You can also have a look at that paragraph if you can be able to see paragraph 3. Okay, but I will also read it. It says, in light of the fact that decisions in Force Lawyers Case 375/1 2019 depends on the credibility findings by the trial court in the current trial involving Force Lawyers Case 636/10/2014, I have therefore decided that the decision in Force Lawyers Case 375/1 2019 will be made at the conclusion of the concurrent trial.
Manje ke uyabona lokho ke ukuthi uma sesibheke le qiniso lokuthi kukhona nje isinqumo ekwafanele ukuthi sithathwe khona lapha mayelana nale case leyana yase Force Lawyers Case 375/1 2019. Kanti ke leso sinqumo sinike ekutheni le nkantolo lena ke esebhizi ngayo okwamanje ukuthi ifinyelela ziphi inqumo mayelana ke naleli cala elimayelana ke necase 636/10/2014. Ngaleyo ndlela ke ngithathe isinqumo sokuthi le case leyana ke case number 375/1/2019 izokwazi ke ukuthi kuthathwe isinqumo ngayo mayelana ke naleli cala eliqulwa manje.
Ngisakwazi ukulinda ukuthi ngifike le docket. Sengijahile.
Now, I cannot wait for that particular docket.
Okay, but you understand what is said there.
Uyakuzwa lokho khulumekayo lapho. Yes.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
In other words, it says the Director of Public Prosecution has not declined to prosecute yet, to prosecute you in particular yet, is still waiting.
Manje amanye amazwi ulindile, usalindile nje lo okuyena umqondisi obushushisi, kanti ke akakucekeli phansi lokho ukuthi ashushise ukuthi uzoshushiswa ke nawe. Uma eshushisa uyashushiswa nawe. Uyakuzwa lokho?
Ngikuzwa kahle kamhlophe lo.
I hear
Ngilinde khona.
quite clearly. I'm waiting for that.
Okay. Mr. Madlala, how long did it take you, all of you inside the house, how long did it take you to take the deceased after the shooting incident to the hospital?
Kunithatha isikhathi esingakanani nina nonke nanisendlini ukuthi nithathe umufi nimse elokhunjaneni esibhedlela emva kokuthi kwenzakala leso sigameko sokudutshulwa endlini?
Kulokho ngangekho esimeni sokuthi ngabheka isikhathi sokuthi kuthatha isikhathi singakanani because mangakhumbuza kahle lokho sengithi makukhuluma isibhamu ngabaleka ngayikamereni bengakabona nokuthi usenzo wasedubulekile ngaleso sikhathi.
Where that is concerned, I was not in the position to can observe or monitor the time, as I've already explained that when that incident happened of the gun going off, I ran to the bedroom.
Kodwa akubanga futhi isikhathi eside ezithi mhlambe phela isikhathi eside ungathi khona umuntu onganakile. Akubanga isikhathi eside kakhulu.
It wasn't long though, as though there was nobody at all that was aware of what was happening. It didn't take long.
Sorry, my Lord, may the court just bear with me, my Lord. There is a death declaration by the nurse who attended to the deceased in hospital. I'm just going to read into the record what is recorded under the paragraph of assessment. Is statement number A7, Mr. Maloli, A7. But I'll just read the entry as is, my Lord, into the record.
Khona ke unesi owamemezela ke ukushona kaSenzo. Yena ke unesi obeloko ebhekene naye uSenzo. Manje ngizozama ke ukuthi ngifunde khona lapha yana.
Okay.
Understood.
This witness says, at arrival, the victim was not breathing, had no pulse from the car. The people were fully dilated and not reaching the light. Do you understand that?
Manje lo fakazi uthi ke lo umufi uthi umufi ubenga phefumuli. Is it at the arrival at the hospital?
At arrival. At arrival. In that paragraph, it's not
Yes,
numbered, but
see
it's
that. I can see
assessment,
that.
under assessment.
Yes. Uthi ke uma
Yeah, it's
efi
depicted there also on this screen.
can see that. Thank you very much. Uma kufikwa ke lona ke isu ubengaphefumuli inhliziyo ibingashayi okanye ipulse uma eqhamuka khona laphana emotweni kanti ke amehlo wakhe lokhu inhlavu zamehlo bezinkulu nje kanti ke obengakwazi-ke ukubonisa ukuthi i-light ukuthi mabashayinise i-light emehlweni uyakwazi ukureacta kulokho uyakubona uyakuzwa lokho yes I hear that
Yeah. So in other words, it means this person arrived very late in hospital.
How can you say that?
My Lord, can I just rephrase? Do you see the condition of the deceased when he arrived in hospital?
uyabona ukuthi ube sesimeni esinjani makafika laphana esibhedlela umufi
ngiyakuzwa lokho nje obukusho.
I hear as you are actually saying it
Did you see it?
Yeah.
yes I heard
So the statement is correct.
no ukubonile lokho sorry I think he didn't hear you ukubonile lokho
That he couldn't,
ukuthi zonke lezi zinto lezimpawu lezi
Read.
bezingekho
had no pulse.
lokho kwazile ukubona kanye ukuqaphela
Ngangingekho isimeni sokuqaphela lezo zinto. Into engangijani ngangifuna yenzeke ukuthi bangakwazi ukumsiza. Yonke eyibalekile leyo kumina.
I was not necessarily after those vital signs. All that I was concerned of was, but will they be able to assist him?
When you came back to the house from the hospital, you said there is a police officer who conducted interview with you. Is that correct?
Uthi-ke mani qhamuka nibuya khona esibhedlela khona-ke iphoyisa elaloko libuza imibuzo akunjalo
Yebo kunjani?
it is indeed so
Was there any prime residue test that was done on you at that time
khona a-prima residue test
or in
okanye
that
lokho-ke,
evening?
lokho-ke okubonisayo ukuthi isibhamu sike saqhuma mhlawumbe-ke yabona nentuthu okanye i-powder yesibhamu iselele khona umuntu owakwenza lokho check ukuthi khona ukusalela iy'nsalela nje zokudubula kwesibhamu la kuwena wathatha lezo ivivinyo
Yakhona into ababezenza nokusikhamisisa bethatha namathe kuningi into ababezenza lapha noma ngeke ngisakusho konke okunye ngasakhuluma kodwa nje khona into ama-test abawenza kuthina namathe nani yonke lento besikhamisisa nayo yonke leyo nto. Khona ama-test abawenza.
there are tests that were conducted there. There were quite a number of things that were done to us, including the fact that there was some swabbing that took place or that they did inside of our mouths. Well, yes, I confirm. There's quite a number of tests that were done there.
Okay, but now I'm just being specific. I'm not referring to the buccal swabs or any other investigation. I'm just specific with the prime residue.
Yabona-ke sikhuluma nge-prime residue. Uyayibona. Asikhulumi ngalokho ukuthi mhlambe bathathe amathe mhlambe emlonyeni.
Ukuthi angikaze ngibe sesimweni sokubhekana nokwenzeka leyo nto. So angeke ngazi noma bakwenziwa yona noma bakwenziwa ini. So angikaze ngiyenze leyo nto ngaphambilini.
The challenge is that I've never became a part of such a test before, so I wouldn't tell as to whether that was done or not.
But you don't recall any test done into your hands?
Awukhumbuli nje ezansi zakho khona nje ivivinyo ezithizo kanye ama-test athize enziwayo.
Njengoba ngithi khona ababesenza khona nje engikhumulayo basikhamisisa besithatha namathe nakufuthi okunye khona nje into abasenza zona khona lapha khona lokho ebusuku.
Well,
Thathwa amafoni yonke yathathwa khona lapha masibuye esibhedlela.
Well, as I have already said, that there are some things that were done on us, including the mucal swabs or the saliva swabs, and as well as the taking of the cell phones. Even the cell phones were taken that very night, right there at that spot. So there's things that were done to us.
Because akhona amadoda ayigqoke ama-overall navy nama-gloves.
But you can't recall if it was done from your hands. Is that correct?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi yes,
Because
I cannot.
angikwazi futhi yes.
I cannot even recognize what was being done
let's
to
leave
me.
it there.
Yeah.
There is a statement that you made which has been marked as Exhibit V1.
Khona statement owasenza esenzwe V1 simakwe ethiwa V1.
Okay. But I'm not asking you direct from that statement. What I want to ask from you is that this incident took place plus or minus 9 years ago.
Lesi sigameko senzeke plus minus 9 years endlulile.
Yes.
That's correct.
And it will be very difficult for any person to recall the incident that took place long time ago.
Kuyoba nzima kuwo wonke umuntu ukuthi angakhumbula isigameko esenzeke eminyakeni o9 endlule.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
And the only thing that will assist that person is the recordings. It may be the statement, it may be the diary, or anywhere when you recorded the details of the incident.
Into engamlekelela ke umuntu makunjalo ngaphansi kwaleso simo ukuthi istatement mhlambe sabhalwa ngalolu suku ukuthi kwabhalwa kwe-diary zonke lezi zinto ke ezazenzeka mhlambe zabhalwa ngaleyo ndlela ikhona ke okungamsiza ukuthi angakhumbula.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
Because that recording, be it a statement, be it any recording that was made in a diary, wherever wherein you recorded, that person recorded the incident, is the only reliable information of what transpired at the time of the incident.
Ngoba phela ke leyo mininingwane ebhalwe phansi mhlambe ebhalwe phansi kwi-statement ebhalwe phansi ifakwa kwi-diary okanye yabhalwa phansi okanye yaxoshwa nanoma ikuphi la umuntu engakwazi khona ke ukuthi makakwazi ukuthi ayibhale khona ukuthi ayifake khona iyona nto umuntu angancika kuyo ke ethembakalayo leyo mayelana ke nesigameko esenzeka lokho uyakuvuma.
Angeke kube angikuvumi completely, angeke kube lokho kuphela. Namehlo wami nawo angakufakazela lokho. Because ngifikile la ecourt ngambona omunye wabantu ababekhona endlini.
I would partly agree with you on that one, or I cannot entirely agree with you on that. Even my eyes as well were instrumental pertaining the people that were inside of the house. That can also serve as evidence.
And the recordings that was made by that person when everything was still fresh in his or her mind will assist the same person to recall as to what transpired at the time of the incident.
Uyabona ke nokuthi ke isigameko sasesisha kubhalwa phansi zonke izinto ezenzakeke ezimayelana ke naleso sigameko leyo ngxenye yobufakazi ebhalwa phansi iyakwazi ke ukuthi imsize lo muntu emva kwesikhathi ukukhumbula ke ukuthi wabhala wathini kuleso statement okanye khona lapho la abhala khona.
Yebo ngiyakuvumela lokho.
Yes, I agree with you on that.
And do you understand the purpose of signing a statement or signing a document?
The what?
The purpose of signing a document or the statement?
Inhloso ke yokusayina i-document no okanye i-statement uyayazi uma ke uthi manje sengiyasayina ke suke inhloso kuyiphi yokuthi usayine leso statement lelo phepha ulisayinayo.
Noma ngingenalo ulwazi olugcwele la lokho, but ngiyazi ukuthi mangisayine egcineni mhlawumbe kusuke ngisayinela ukuthi leyo nto yenziwe ishiwe yimi or yes.
Even though I may not have full knowledge of that, however, in the end when I sign,
Yes.
I would be confirming that that particular thing that is contained in that document, it was furnished by myself.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. And then when you signed Exhibit V1, you were confirming that what is contained there came from you.
Uma
The
usayina
information,
i-V1,
in other
yeah.
words, contained in Exhibit V1
Okay.
confirmed the information that was given by you to the police.
Ngamanye amazwi ke mawusayina le V1 okanye lesi statement leso sibonayo futhi ke ubuqinisekisa lokho wakunikeza amaphoyisa.
Ngingasho ngithi uqinisile lapho, but kunezinye izinto ezibuye zingidide kancane la.
I would say that you may be right there, but there are certain things that confuse me a bit.
Ngike ngabona u-38 special ngezwa no revolver, izinto ezingakaze ziphume lezo kumina. So ezinye izinto ezingiconfusayo lezo.
Now, some of the things that are confusing me is, for an example, I once saw in the statement there was
Don't be all
38
over.
special, the
Don't be
revolver.
all over the show. I'm not there. I'm just asking about understanding.
Please be allowed to answer.
I have seen in one of the statement, and it was spoken of the 38 special and as well as the revolver, those things which I didn't mention.
No, I'm not there, Mr. Madlala. Unfortunately, my question to you was, at the time when you signed the statement,
Umbuzo wami angikho lapho. Umbuzo wami ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi usayina i-statement.
I'm not referring you to what we have said in this statement, what we have said in other statements. I'm just referring to that statement that when you signed it, you were confirming the correctness of the statement.
Angikhulumi ngezinye i-statement. Ngikhuluma ngalesi statement ukuthi ngenkathi ubusayina ubuqinisekisa-ke okuqukethwe yiso lesi statement.
Yeah, angisho sikhuluma ngaso statement. Lento ebhaliwe o-trade special no revolver ibhalwe kusi statement.
Now, isn't it so that we're talking about the statement? And that very part of the 38 special and the revolver is something that is also contained within the statement.
Ofuthi angaze ngiwabale lawo magama.
And such things I'd never finished the police with.
Ngakhuluma ngesibhalo
It's
sasibona
fine.
ngathi sinesonto. So lezi zinto esezifakiwe ngamanye amazwi nje wangisayinile angizange ngisayinele lezo zinto la.
Now, I just spoke of a firearm that had a wheel, and the rest of the items that are now contained, or as far as the firearm is concerned, those are things that I did not furnish.
But you signed
I just
for
see them inside of
But
the
you
statement
signed
now.
for them.
I beg yours?
But you signed the statement.
Kodwa when I was signing a statement.
Bengingazi ukuthi mawusho uchaza hlobo lesibhamu mina. Njengoba ngithi ngabona ngathi isibhamu esinesonto. Sekufanele bona bafaka bayishoreza abayi-edele o-3 band o revolver no special. Angazi angiyazi into engakazi ngiyazi nje
No,
fana
I didn't know that if I say that it's a firearm that had a wheel on it now, that actually was opening for the additional information as far as the brand of the firearm is concerned, the 38 special, the revolver. I didn't know that.
Did you tell the police who was taking the statement to say, no, I can't sign because now we have included information which I've never said?
Uye watshela iphoyisa-ke ukuthi uyabona lento ngeke ngisayisayina manje usufake olunye ulwazi okanye eminye imininingwane engazange mina ngikunikeze yona okanye engayazi.
Yes, ikhona incident la engayikhuluma khona leyo nto because khona amaphoyisa afika emsebenzini njengoba ngisebenzele eCliff. So mangihamba ngidlule ePinetown. So sakwa amanye ama-police station ePinetown. Ngayikhuluma le nto ukuthi angaze ngilibize le gama lo revolver mina. So lawo maphoyisa ayazazi-ke wona noma ngingasakhumbuli afika azongisalisa lona.
There was an instance where I actually remarked on the content of the statement. No, I'm working at Kloof and I would travel via Pinetown. And I went to Pinetown and I spoke with the police at Pinetown and indicated to them that these things that are additional within my statement are outside of my knowledge. But they know these things.
I hear that, Mr. Madlala, but I was still on the statement that you took on the following day of the incident. You
Ngiyabuza
remember
lokho.
that statement?
Khuluma ngestatement owasithatha ngosuku olulandelayo emva kwesigameko. Uyasikhumbula lesi statement?
Yeah, okay. Ngaqhubeka.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one
yes,
I'm
you can
referring
proceed.
to.
Okay.
You can proceed, advocate, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying that before you signed, did you tell the person who was taking the statement from you to say, I'm not going to sign here because we have included the information which I've never said?
Ngokuba uzosana lesi statement wamtshela lo muntu loyo bethatha istatement kuwena ukuthi angeke ngisayine la usufake neminye imininingwane engazange nginikeza yona.
Angikaze ngimtshela ukuthi ngeke ngisayine but ngabatshela ngendaba yokubiza amagama ngoba manje into ye-revolver kukaningi ikhulunywa ngabatshela ukuthi angaze ngilibize le gama angazi ukuthi isibhamu esi-revolver into enjani.
No, I did not refuse signing. Safe to say that I actually told them that I hear that it is being spoken of in the statement about revolver and as well as the 38 special. These are the things that are unknown to me.
Also, you agreed to sign,
Kodwa kuyavuma ukuthi uye wasign.
Yes, ngisayinile.
Yes, I agreed that I signed.
and you were not forced.
Akekho umuntu owaphoqa ukuthi usign.
Yebo.
You
Yes.
signed the statement freely and voluntarily.
Ubukhululekile futhi wayikhethela ukuthi usign.
Angisazi ngiphendula kanjani. Mangithi ngasayina ngiyakuvuma lo manje uzoqhubeka ubuze ngokusayina advocate. Singisengishilo ukuthi ngasayina ayikho angiforce. So why do uqhubeka ungibuza? Ngale ngase ngiphendulile already leyo.
I don't know about
Ukuthi
that.
ngasayina angiforce.
I've already answered you that I had signed and I was under no duress. I did sign. Now you're going to expound on signing, whereas I had already told you that I signed.
It's
I
fine,
don't know now.
Mr. Madlala, it's noted that you said no, you can't
Yes.
answer that.
Yes.
Okay. Did you attend any identification parade after the incident? Do you
Why?
understand what the ID parade is?
Uyayazi i-ID parade?
Yebo ngiyayazi.
Waya kwi-ID parade emva kwalesigameko?
Yebo ngayo.
Yes, I know the ID parade.
Did you
And
point-
I did attend the ID parade.
Did you point out anyone there?
Khona umuntu owamkhomba lapho kwi-ID parade?
Cha lutho advocate akekho.
Not at all, advocate. There isn't.
Let's move on.
As
When you
Tubeka.
made the statement, were you alone at the station?
Ma wenza lesi statement ubuwedwa khona laphana station, police station.
I mean, from the people who were present at the time of the
Siyamsho
incident.
ukuthi wena ubuwedwa uqhamuke kulabantu ubunabo ngenkathi kwenzeka isigameko. Ubuwedwa laphana police station.
Or
Yeah,
you went
no.
together to the police station?
Yeah, sihambe sonke but ngangibuza umuntu wayengibuza wayengasibuza wayebuza directly kumina lokho ayengibuza kona mhlawumbe sasonke sibuza kanyani wayengibuza A1.
Kodwa beniye police station
Yeah.
nonke.
Yes.
All of us had gone to the police station. However, the person who was conducting an interview would directly conduct the interview with me and not with all the people at the same time.
Okay. Was also Miss Kelly Kumalo at the station when you made the statement?
Ube khona uKelly Khumalo station uma wena uphana ngestatement sakho.
Yeah, ubekhona na but bengekho nami ngaleso sikhathi ngisibhalile some
Yes.
statement.
Yes, she was at the police station, but she was not in the same room with me at the time that I was finishing the statement.
Do you remember that you testified in your examination in chief that Mr. Chico Twala offered to take Kelly for a holiday? Do you remember
Uyakhumbula
that?
wakusho lokho ukuthi uBabutwala Chico Twala wathi uKelly makaye kwi-holiday waphana ngalelo thuba lokuthi uKelly makaye kwi-holiday. Uyakhumbula lokho?
Yebo kuyiqiniso.
Yes, that is true. That is true,
At
advocate.
what stage was that offer made? Was it
Manje.
the night of the incident or on the following day? When was that
Kwenziwa
offer?
nini ke lokho?
After incident.
It was
Sase Malbatin.
That was-
kitchen futhi angithi la lapha sihlangene ngathi sihlangene ne dining room nje enkulu. Base kitchen yes.
after the incident. I remember we're at Malberton inside of the kitchen, and mind you, the kitchen it's an open plan kitchen together with the dining or the lounge.
Yes.
But was it on the same evening?
Bona lobo busuku bange 26 is October 2014.
No,
noma?
not gone.
No,
Sabuye
no.
intatha ngithi esibhedlela.
Yes.
Remember we
Qala eFalls. Then kwasase asikhothwa sesiyali. Wafika nje kwakusemini yasekuseni but kwangekho ngalelo langa le incident.
it was not necessarily on the day of the incident. Remember, we went to the hospital and we came back around the dawn of the day, and then that in particular, you're asking me, then it happened sometime mid-morning.
I think
Mid-morning.
I think Monday or Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. But lezo insuku lezo angilento kwamisonto. I think Monday or Tuesday if unganaliphutha.
All right. This incident transpired on Sunday, and I should think that then took place between Monday and Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Had you made the statements, including you and Miss Kelly Kumalo, had you made the statements at the time when the offer was made to Kelly to go on holiday?
Ngenkathi ke sekutshelwa uKelly ukuthi mhlawumbe angahamba aye kwi-holiday, bese senenze i-statement okanye beningakasenzi
I don't think sasenza ngikhumbula kodwa kahle angifuni ukuthi angikhumbuli kahle. Kodwa nje uthi ke fika wayifikile eMalbatin.
I cannot recall clearly. I cannot recall clearly. However, upon his arrival, or when he came to Malberton, that is Chico. He came to Malberton.
But the offer was made for Miss Kelly Kumalo to go away whilst the investigation was being conducted by the police.
Kodwa ke kwenziwa ke leyo offer ngenkathi kumamkheli kuMiss Kelly kungukuthi lokho kwenziwa ke uphenyo lwaleli cala kwase kuza lo mnikelo ke omayelana ne-holiday lika Miss Khumalo.
Yes, so I'm offerisha vele kungakapheli nophenyo yes.
Yes, that offer was made while the investigations were underway.
Is it also your evidence that the cell phone belonging to the deceased after the date of the incident was with Miss Kelly Kumalo?
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi i-cellphone lena emva kwesigameko ekamufi ibisezandleni zika Miss Kelly Khumalo.
Hey,
his cell phone.
lokho ngingaqinisekisa because I don't think kwakungaba khona umuntu advocate ongaphatha ifoni yasenzo owayekhona endlini. For instance njengemoto nje wayenqaba ngisho emaphoyiseni ukuthi imoto ayishiya ahambe ngale wayifuna wathi imoto endoda yakhe. So I think yayindi show we.
Yes, I think she's the only person who was entitled or who felt entitled to have the cell phone of Senzo. No any other person within the house who could have been in possession of the cell phone of Senzo. Perhaps also the example of a vehicle that was belonging to Senzo Kumalo. She was even refusing, Senzo Meyiwa. She even refused to give or to hand the keys to the police pertaining this vehicle, and she said that this is the vehicle belonging to my man.
Okay. Do you know also if the ID for the deceased was kept by Miss Kelly Kumalo?
The ID?
ID, yes, ID for the deceased.
ID, yeah, patwa nguye.
Yayikude ngiyakhumbula cause kwaze kwafika omunye umfowethu ekuthiwa uMusa ehamba ngazi wayamba nanomunye umfowethu ekuthiwa uJohn Dubai uhlala eSocial Move bezoyifuna la khona la kuKelly.
Yes, it was in the possession of Kelly. I remember there was a gentleman called John Dubai.
Yeah. Social Move.
That myself and Senzo would go to him in Social Move. They came and they were looking for that ID document, and it was indeed in the possession of Kelly. So they actually wanted it, or they asked of it from Kelly Kumar.
Did she give it to the family member? Do you know?
Ngiyakhumbula nalabantwana xa ID cause wacasulela into ukuthi bafika namaphoyisa. Ngabe wacasula ukuthi babasenze noma usifika bafika namaphoyisa.
I remember that there was also some kind of a misunderstanding about this same ID document, because that particular person came in the company of the police as well.
And she eventually refused with the ID?
Wanqaba ngayo.
Or did
Until
he give?
kuze kufike laba ke uMusa no nalomntu engisho uJohn Dubai lo something ohlala eSocial Move. Then I think wayikhipha ke lapho.
And until such time that Musa and as well as this John Dubai who resides in Social Media was keep.
Yes.
Then she gave it to them.
Do you know when did he surrender? Did she surrender the ID to the family?
Uyazi ukuthi wa phana ngayo nini?
Angikukhumbula usuku advocate but bafika bona because babemazi uKelly bemazi nosenzo bejwayele naye. So should kwakuyindlela bazomnca ngithathe le ID.
Now I don't know, I'm not exact about the day, because these are the people that knew Kelly as well as Senzo, and they came to plead with her to release the ID document.
But it was not on the following day, it was during the week.
Ilo suku olulandelayo kwaba nje
But yenzeka nje kuleli viki lilandela lesi.
yes, it happened on the following week, or in the week, even though I'm not sure about the day.
Mr. Madlala, Colonel Stein testified in this court that a swimsuit on the deceased phone was made, and probably it was made by someone who was in possession of the deceased ID on the 27th, meaning it's the following day.
Kenneth Stein okushilo ukuthi kwaba nesimswap eyenziwayo ngefoni kaMurphy, okunokwenzeka ukuthi umuntu owenze i-swim swap kwifoni kaMurphy umuntu bephethe i-ID ekaMurphy.
Yes.
Leyo nto ke yenzeka ngosuku olulandelayo.
Yes, angeke ngiphikise lokho mayekusho. But engikwaziyo ID nje for sure izinto ezinjalo ID phone umuntu ongabe kuposition yazo okay.
That I cannot dispute as you say it. And I am sure that the rightful person that would be in the possession of such items, such as the phone and as well as the ID, would be Kelly.
Yes.
And as also the same applies with the vehicles.
Okay. Did you attend the funeral for your friend?
Why funeral yomngani wakho?
Yes, ngayi.
Yes, I did go.
Okay. Do you know if Kelly, Zandi and Makumalo attended the funeral?
Uyakwazi ukuthi uKelly, uZandi noMakhumalo baya kuleyo funeral noma cha?
Hayi, angazi ngibabona.
No, I never saw them.
Do you know if Kelly was disbanded from attending the funeral?
Ngabe uyakwazi ukuba ngicatshelwa uKelly ukuthi angayi lapho kuleyo funeral.
Angikwazi lo angikwazi but kwangaba nzima vele uKelly akaze bayiphasise into yakhe ekakuka Senzo akaze bayiphasise ukuthi uthandano nje.
Yeah, that is difficult for me. It is evident that they did not approve of Senzo's relationship with Kelly at Senzo Meyiwa's parental home or family.
Okay, but besides that, I'm just referring to attending a funeral for the father of her child. Do you know if she was disbanded?
Ngaphandle kwalokho ke ngoba phela ke ungumama wengane kaSenzo bamvumela noma bamnqabela ukuthi makaye
She
kule
was
funeral
banned from attending that funeral.
ukuthi makaye ke kulokho bamnqabela ukuthi makaye.
Angicatshela ba angisazi angileyo sisimo nje sisonke angikwazi ukusichaza because angimani uma inqatsheliwe or yena ungayiyelanga anginalwazi lalokho.
See, that particular scene, it's something that I've got no knowledge of or full knowledge of. I don't know whether she was banned from attending the funeral or that she voluntarily decided not to go to the funeral. That is something I've got no knowledge of.
Thank you, my lord. I've got no further questions.
Re-examination?
As the court pleases, my lord. In cross-examination by counsel for accused number 4, you mentioned that Ms. Zandi Kumalo did show you the superficial injury on the ankle.
Kusho kanjalo
So
ke
above the ankle, on the front part of the ankle.
ukuthi laphana kuyicakala phambili enyaweni uthi uZandi Khumalo wakubonisa lelo ngcebanyana ke elincane ngenkathi ubakunqumalo laphana ekubuza imibuzo.
Yes, I was born because lalingaphezulu nje kweqala la umlenzeni waka right futhi ifungenala iphutha.
It was indeed so. It was just on top of the foot in the region of the right ankle. She showed me that.
So when was that?
Kwaba kunini makakubonisa lokho?
I think sasakhona la eForslorus.
We're still in
Khona
forced
phela,
arrest.
yes.
We're still in forced arrest.
More or less when in relation to the day of the incident?
Kusho ukuthi nini masuqhathanisa ke nosuku lwesigameko.
Angisakhumbuli kahle mntana noma ngathi kase sibuye esibhedlela. I think ngakase sibuya or before sesibuya mos. I think ngakase sibuye esibhedlela ifungenala iphutha but yena wangisikhombisa shame.
I cannot recall clearly, and if I'm not mistaken, that was done when we, upon our arrival from the hospital. It could have been before, but I think it was after we were at the hospital, and she indeed showed us that wound.
Now, counsel for accused number 4, Advocate Ngumalo, questioned you on the contents of the report by Warrant Officer Steenkamp.
Ubaba Nxumalo okuyena okhulumela accused number 4 wakubuza ke nge kwakuqukethwe ke ile report eyenziwe Warrant Officer Steenkamp
Regarding the compilation of the identity kits.
mayelana ke nokuzama ke ukwakha i-identity kit.
Yes.
That's correct, yes.
You did mention that you don't remember the date when the identity kits were compiled.
Uthi wena ke awusakhumbula idate ukuthi le identity kit ke yenziwa nini.
Yes.
Yes,
Do you
yes.
perhaps remember when in relation to your first statements were the identity kits compiled?
Mase soqhathanisa ke nestatement sakho sokuqala ungakhumbula ukuthi yona yenziwa nini. Futhi ke usebenzisa istatement sakho sokuqala ukuzama ukukhumbula ukuthi mhlambe yenziwa nini.
Noma ngenayo sure but sayenzele eForslorus police station.
Even though I'm not sure about it, it was done at the First Lores police station.
But do you remember whether it was on the same day that you made a statement or days thereafter?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi mhlambe yenziwa ngalolo suku owenza istatement okanye kwandlula amalanga.
hayi angidlulanga amalanga I think manganali iphutha kulokho I think ingabe le date yama statements if I'm not mistaken.
If I'm not mistaken, it wasn't after many days. I think it may have happened on the same day of my finishing of the statement.
And you've testified that at that point you had already given the description of the intruders and indicated that you'll be able to identify one of them.
Ngaleso sikhathi ubususophane ngaleyo nto leyo ukuthi uyakwazi ukuphana ngesithombe salabantu kanye umfanekiso walabantu abangena endlini ungakhona nokuthi ubakhombe.
Yes, I lokho ngihlezi ngikusho.
Yes, that I always say.
Now, you mentioned that in cross-examination by both counsel for accused number 4 and 5, that as far as the description of the firearm is concerned, you did mention that it had a wheel.
So ushilo ngenkathi ubuzo imibuzo umeli waka accused 4 no 5 ukuthi mawuphana ke ngencazelo okanye ke umfanekiso leso sibhamu uthe wena ke kwakuyisibhamu esinesonto nje.
Yeah, ngathi isibhamu ngathi sinesonto because ngangisibuka ngaphambili la impopo asibona ngaphambili empopweni.
Yes, that looked like a firearm that had a wheel, because my view was at the front portion of that firearm. When I looked at it, I saw the front portion of the firearm, and it looked like it had a wheel.
Yes.
So if you say it looked as if it had a wheel, what are you referring to?
Uma uthi ke ibibuka ngazuthi inesibhamu ukhuluma ngani? Sorry, inesonto ukhuluma ngani?
Indlela sasingasidi kakhulu kwakuyisibhamanyana nje singakanyana.
It wasn't a very long firearm. It was that short or that long.
Singakanyana nje.
Can you just explain to the court, if you say wheel, what are you referring to? Which
ukhuluma
part of the firearm are you
ngesonto
referring to?
ukhuluma ngengxenye yiphi yesibhamu uma ukhuluma ngalelo sonto?
Angithi mengeni besiphethe ngesandla saka right.
Isn't it so that when he came in, he was holding it with the right hand, wielded like that as the witness is
So
demonstrating?
la ngihleli khona mina ngabona ngathi isibhamu esinesonto lesi.
From where I was seated, I saw it as a firearm that looked like it had a wheel on it.
Yeah, where on it?
Kuphi ke ingxenye yiphi
Ngala
yesibhamu?
ibambe ngakhona kule minwe le. Ngala ibambe ngakhona nje wayisibambe kanje.
Just on the handle, particularly on the three fingers that are that will be holding the handle like that, just right there.
You mean on the trigger, around the trigger?
Uthi eduze ne-trigger yakubona lokho okungathi kunje kwesibhamu, lokho okungathi iphininyana nje trigger.
Yeah, ngalapha impela ngangibona la isingena khona ngina le ngangibona ngathi usibambe ngathi isibhamu esinesonto somewhere la.
Somewhere there in that area of the trigger as well, the trigger guard as well. It looked as though there was some wheel right there.
The court, please, my lord. Exhibit V1 has been handed up. And the witness was questioned on the appearance of the firearm. The witness did say that he made a statement explaining how the firearm looked like. We request, my lord, that the state be allowed to introduce that statement after, of course, proving its content. The purpose is not to self-corroborate the witness, but to indicate that the witness had previously said the same thing.
See. Any objection from the defense?
Malala, I can't follow what my colleague is saying. He's talking about self-corroboration, statement and everything. I really don't know what he's referring to.
I'm also lost. Mr. Happiness, sir?
I'm also lost, my lord. I don't know what Advocate does.
Tumelo,
I'm also lost, I can't follow.
Ms. Shalolo.
My lord, the exhibit, only exhibit that has been submitted before this court, it's exhibit V1.
Yeah, he's talking about that.
It's referring to exhibit V1,
Yes.
and it has been submitted to the court.
Yeah, but he's sending it up for a particular reason, not in self-corroboration of this witness in describing where the wheel is located on the firearm, but merely to show that this witness did describe the firearm as it shown on exhibit V1. Am I correct, sir?
No, my lord, it means V1 is already before court.
Well, I'm saying what he says.
Then he
the
cannot
court.
submit another V1. V1 is already there, and he cannot submit any other statement other than exhibit V1.
Mr. Baloyi.
Let's try again. My lord, my colleagues have handed up exhibit V1
Yeah.
that tends to describe the firearm, and as mentioned of a .38 special, this witness has consistently said he never mentioned that, and that he made an additional statement
Right.
wherein he explains that issue regarding the .38. Now, we are saying, my lord, that a skewed picture is being painted by just merely handing up that exhibit V1.
Okay.
The state wants to introduce another statement of this witness wherein he explained, as he's saying, and as I say, my lord, the purpose is not for self-corroboration, but to say, to indicate that the witness did in fact say, what is stated in the statement.
Yes, I understand.
That is the sole purpose.
So what's the objection?
The state wants to submit the second statement.
Where is the prejudice?
My lord,
Where is the prejudice?
this witness, the state was given the opportunity
Of what?
to present its case.
Right.
It was not part of the state case to say there was an additional statement wherein you gave clarity up until it arose during the cross-examination, my lord, if we were on the same page. Now the state is given the opportunity to do re-examination. The state, my lord, it is my submission, my lord, that the state cannot now produce another statement because of the issues arising from the cross-examination.
Where is the prejudice? I hear you.
The prejudice is that because it was not part of the examination in chief.
Because as I understood the defense, it was a fabrication. There were no two intruders.
Yeah.
Remember the defense?
Yes.
My client was not there, and I'm saying, where's the prejudice?
My lord, the prejudice is that it's not part of the evidence led by the state. It only arose during cross-examination. And the defense has already cross-examined the witness on the examination in chief. Now, if the state wants to add a new evidence, then it means we'll have to cross-examine again.
No. Mr. Rapis, what's your objection? Where's the prejudice? Nobody has told me about the prejudice.
My lord, at first when it was said, like I said, I was lost because there was no clarification from my learned colleague.
Okay.
Now that he's clarified it, and I've listened to the cross-examination by Mr. Tumelo and Advocate Mushololo, when he clarified that he has never told the statement maker that he spoke about the revolver and the .38 special. So I'll leave it there, my lord.
Where is the prejudice?
For me, my lord, my case is simple. I've always
You
said
know
when we argue these matters,
Yeah.
that we are arguing that we are not there. So
Yeah. That's what I thought. Mr. Mnisi, where's the prejudice?
My lord, it's actually not about prejudice.
It's about what?
It's about the rules of evidence.
Yes.
Yes.
Evidence, you must show prejudice.
No, my lord, not necessarily that.
Mm.
Rules of evidence relating to self-corroboration.
He
And
said
if there's
he's not handing it-
inconsistent statement that
He says he's not
inadmissible.
handing it up as self-corroboration of the evidence, the viva voce evidence of this. He's handing it up to demonstrate that the description this witness has given coincides with the explanation in the statement you want to hand up. Is that so, Mr. Leroy?
Indeed, my lord.
Hey, madoda. Into inzima la.
That is precisely, my lord, what the law relating to the rules of evidence.
Okay. I've heard you. Any prejudice? Mr. Nguman? You haven't said anything.
No, I think we rather hear what he's saying,
Who?
the state.
He's already said it.
Yeah, continue with whatever he wants to do. Then
No,
we'll
he's
take-
handed up the document.
Yes. You may.
Okay, the court allows that evidence to be handed up. That statement. What?
It will be
What will
exhibit
Exhibit what?
V2, my lord.
V2. Exhibit V2.
Just, I just want to show you a document. Which will be exhibit V2. You recognize that document as your statement?
Khumbula le document nje nge-statement sakho
To show him the first page and all the subsequent pages.
Yeah. Yeah, signature.
Let's show you the originals. This is the original.
This is my signature that is appearing on these papers, on these pages.
Sorry, my lord, can the state be kind to us and tell
Yeah, you're
us?
going to get a copy.
It's exhibit, it's A110. And on the last page, there's also a signature there. Whose signature is that?
Yes, yeah, ngiyayibona.
Yeah, I can see. That is my signature.
And the date? Just above
Yes, ngiyayibona.
the date, just put that on record.
2018 0207.
Yes, the 7th of February 2018
And the time?
is cutting.
11:30.
11:30.
And the take of the statement was Colonel Shibiri. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is
Mas-
correct. I know him.
Yes. And did he, what was the position? Did he take down the statement as you were narrating the incident to him, or what was the position?
Bekunjani ke uma uloku umtshela ukuthi kwenzakalani ke yena ubhala phansi.
Yeah, in fact asikho statement engayibhala zona bengisho babhali.
In actual fact, there isn't any of the statements that I had reduced it into writing by myself. I would just finish them, relate to them what transpired, and then they would write it down.
And in which language did you communicate with him?
Ubukhuluma nabo ngaluphi ulimi?
Solo ngikhuluma isiZulu.
I've always been finishing them with the Zulu as I was finishing the statements.
And did you confirm the correctness thereof?
Waqinisekisa ke ukuthi lesi statement siqhubethe zona ke izinto ezikhulumile.
Yeah, kusho khona masama ngisayinele kusho khona. Bakuthi ngisayine yeah.
Yeah, it means I had confirmed the content of this document,
If you
given
can-
the fact that I had signed.
If you can read the contents of paragraph 4 and 5 in the report.
Ungasifundela yona ke paragraph 5. Uzokwazi ukufunda?
Ebuyangihlule my handwriting.
I battle with the handwriting.
Yes,
Should I
if
read
you
it
can
out?
assist
Can
me.
you read it for him so that...
Okay. Court, please, yes, my lord. I don't have knowledge of firearms. I don't know.
Paragraph 4.
Oh, paragraph 4, sorry. On A10 statements, I indicated to the police officer who was taking my statement that the firearm which the suspect was carrying was a firearm with a wheel in the, I cannot see what's written, in the handle, in the middle, sorry, in the middle. I didn't say the firearm was a .38 special. I think the police officer, with his knowledge of firearms, made a conclusion that the firearm I was referring to in my explanation was a .38 special. Uyakuzwa lokho kushoyo?
Yeah.
Uthi ke kwi A10 statement ngiye ngakusho lokho ukuthi iphoyisa elalithatha istatement sami mayelana ke nesibhamu esasiphethwe ulona umsolo ilona ke ngasho kulo ukuthi leso sibhamu sasinesonto futhi ke la emaphakathini azange ngikusho lokho ukuthi leso sibhamu bekuyi 38 special. Ngiyacabangela nje ukuthi mhlawumbe leli phoyisa ngenxa yolwazi analo mayelana nezibhamu waseke uthatha isinqumo sokuthi leso sibhamu ebengikhuluma ngaso uma ngimchazela sona bekuyi 38 special. This is what I was explaining to the advocate.
And just that first sentence of paragraph 5.
I don't have knowledge of firearms. Sike mina anginalo ulwazi lwebhamu.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Any cross-examination? Mr. Happiness?
No, no, no.
Mr. Mnisi?
My lord, I don't have cross-examination, but I still stand by my point that self-corroboration.
No, no, we're past that. No, we're long past that.
Thank you, madam.
Any cross-examination?
No, that is exactly what you said to the question to my colleague. So I
No,
want
no,
any
that's not the question.
cross-examination.
Any cross-examination?
On this aspect, I don't have.
Thank you.
Secondly,
Mr. Nomalo, any
Thank you, my lord. I
cross-examination?
don't have any cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Lolo, any cross-examination? How, my lord? You remember that case of R versus Hepworth? Just read it again. Just read it again. Because this is about justice. It's not
we
about
understand it,
taking
but
points.
Yes, we understand Hepworth. But
Yes.
I was
That's
on the
it.
rules of procedure on evidence.
Hey, read that case again. It's unlike this court is saying this statement is handed up and you're not going to cross-examine on it. Never said that. They just said, where's the prejudice? And you're free to cross-examine on that statement. Do you have that?
I think the relevant portion
Yeah.
is as follows. And it said the reference is R versus Hepworth 1928 AD 265 at 277, where the court held as follows. A criminal trial is not a game where one side is entitled to claim the benefit of any omission or mistake by the other side. And a judge's position in a criminal trial is not merely that of an umpire to see that the rules of the game are observed by both sides. A judge is an administrator of justice. He is not merely a figurehead. He has not only to direct and control the proceedings, according to the recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice is done.
That's all, you don't take a point to say, akayishongo lento, hayi sizomthola. No, it's about justice. He can even reopen and recall a witness who has already testified. What more about a witness who's still on the witness stand? Okay, is that all, Mr.
That is all, my lord.
All right, I'm going to ask one question about our police. You have already said that they didn't take any resin tests on you.
Ukushilo lokho ukuthi azange bake bathathe ama-residue test kuwena
Yeah,
ezandleni.
angikhumbuli nje
Sorry, so let me check. What they will do, there's a liquid which they will smear on your hands.
Uyakuzwa ne? Khona nje uketshezi nje oluthize wena okumanzi abazokugcobisa la ezandleni zakho.
Yes.
Did they do that?
Khona ukuthize abakugcobisa ezandleni zakho.
Angikhumbuli Nkosi enkantolo, angikhumbuli.
I cannot remember your lordship.
And the other thing is, competent police should have taken all your clothes.
Enye into ke amaphoyisa ke awazi umsebenzi wawo befanele ukuthatha impahla
I'm
zakho.
surprised because this firearm exploded in a confined space. Common sense tells you that they should have taken all your clothes of all the people who were there and then conduct the same tests on them. They didn't do that.
Abakwenzanga lokho.
Bakwenzanga Nkosi.
They didn't do that.
South Africa. Any questions arising?
We've got none,
Okay, is that the end of the testimony for this witness?
Indeed, my lord.
Thanks.
So,
You are excused.
Ukubuza mina.
Your lordship, I've got a question.
Yes.
Ngale statement ezingakhomishiniwe because sengingaba nalo ulwazi laso ngaphambili because ngifuna ukuthi ngisebenze fast leso statement because ngisure ukuthi leso statement akusona statement ngokuyi statement.
Yebo.
So umuntu osibhalile ngifuna ukudila naye ona ngazi ngenza kanjani.
Pertaining that statement, Your
Ngayivula
lordship, that is
icase
not
ngivule
permission.
icase.
Is it possible for me?
I can't give advice. No judge gives advice. Read my judgment.
Okay.
Okay.
Please, Your
All
lordship.
right.
Right.
As a court, please, my lord, this is just chapter 3.
Yeah.
Can we start with a new witness tomorrow?
Okay.
As a court, please.
Okay, thanks. Court will adjourn until tomorrow.